Got him. There we go.
Got him on that. On the spinner reel. Right here. Right here.
There we go. Woo. That's what we're looking for.
You can see him come back.
Woo! Woo! Trip. Woo! Woo! Trip. Triple up, baby.
Yeah! Yeah, this one's on. Enjoy it, enjoy it. He's buttoned up. Look at that screen, son.
Good job.
We're doing I say there's a few. No, just have to wait.
Oh, look at him.
That is a long leader on that one, buddy.
Yeah.
All right,
we can sort it back up now. We got some fish.
All right. Let me get the net and I can get him out. Look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
There you go.
There you go. Send them back where they belong.
Back over there.
There he is. Spinner reel? No, not my reel. Oh, come on. Hey, you getting screenshots?
Yep.
Come back for it.
What we're seeing here is our down lines. These are the lead weights, and you can see the herring, live herring, swimming up and down right here. Same thing here. It's a herring. That's a herring. These big strong ones are the 3-ounce weights. These strong returns. There's your herring just swimming up and down. We don't have it set all the way to the bottom. These are trees right here. I'll back it out so you can check it out. We'll go to the range and 80 foot so you can see the bottom. These are all standing trees in here. And we're looking for these isolated striped bass above the trees. You see that's a good mark there. We can see that's 39 feet down. There's a little stack of them there. Some more here. Hanging in at 36, 39 feet. Right at the tops of the trees, tempting you to put a bait down right where they can yank it and pull it down in there and snag you up. There's also a great example where that separation will do. This is the lead weight here, and this is the herring swimming along. You can see the herring shot up here and it's still swimming along. That's a good sign. A fish came by and looked at it and scared that herring. He stretched that leader out really quick and came down. You can still see the herring swimming right along now. Alright, what we're doing is a little unorthodox.
Oh yeah. On the nut?
We're just holding the boat in this turbulence here. We're holding it right over these fish. And these guys just dropping baits down to him. He's got a jig on a giant fish. Put the clicker on. Let me hear that thing run a little bit. Oh, that accurate reel. Cornbread. It's cornbread, son. Oh, Lake Lanier. Look at the bend in that rod. That's a fish. Let's get a net for that one. Yeah, I think we hooked into something here. Stuff. Yeah. Look at the bend in that rod. We got no trees or 65 feet of water. There are some trees. Yeah, there are some trees down there. We got 30-pound test. We can button it up a little tighter. 25-pound leader. But there's a lot of scope on that. We're sitting here at 4 shot. Another beautiful fish, man. Lake Lanier. See ya. Good job, Chip. Again, this is him jigging. This is some asked about A-scope. This is the down lines here. This is his jig going up and down. See, as he's moving his jig up and down, it's the A-scope. Now the A-scope shows you what's under the transducer right now at this second. This is just a history back, just showing what we did pass over, and you can see that jig moved up and down. Again, this is live action right here. This is happening right now, that jig going up and down. But there's fish to be caught, guys, so let's get wet and catch some fish. I mean, it's only rain. You must step back. All right, you got it. Came up and hit that spoon. There you go. All right, boys, I'll hold this here. Look at that. That's a beautiful Lanier striper. Nice job, brother. It's warm water. You got to launch them down as hard as you can. Hopefully they get down into that, past that 90-degree water. And get...
Oh, God, he hit the board. Wow.
Look at these fish right here. These fish hanging right in those rocks.
Mm-hmm. That's where they
fingers are all wet. See those fish hanging in those rocks right there? The orange board's gonna go nuts here.
Uh-oh, he's gone. Ah! What the heck happened? Uh-oh, he's gone. Ah! What the heck happened?
It must have been a small guy.
Look there. Oh man, eating that daggone bait alive. He's on top. Look at that. Still on top.
Ain't no way, Brooke.
Chasing that bait.
Yep.
Oh. There's fish still here.
Oh, he just popped up on it again. Bait me.
Bait.
Lots of fish in those rocks, man.
There's where they've been.
Yeah.
Just like a little pepper. You know, just finish his head. I said, all right, I'll figure something out. So I used to try to do it.
Put the board on back. Huh? There are fish swimming with it? Sir. All these fish right here. Pulling boards up on the banks and stuff like this in this river system, you need to have side scan, man. I mean, if you want to mark them anyway. All those fish. Well, I have stacked, so I have braid.
So you got braid behind.
Yeah, I have 50 yards of braid and about one. There's just under 200 yards on there, which is a lot for. Yeah.
Big bait.
That's
Could be fish.
Yeah, that's fish.
Right here.
Yeah, those big ones right there. I mean that's those big shadows, man. That's a nice fish to the left here. That's a really good fish right there. There's multiple fish, 2-3 fish on the left right here. They're here right off the port side. You see how long they are? You only get that with the active imaging transducer. I've used 3D and all the other ones, and
how far out are they?
to mark fish 30 feet, 25 feet. You see how far they are over the bottom return? Usually you only get shadows out there when the fish are here, but to get the returns actually that far, I've only had that with active imaging. Yeah, they're long fish. They're swimming along. You watch those back boards.
That's what I was thinking, that right there inside.
Yeah, those they're right over them fish.
So the other side scan won't show that.
It'll show the shadows usually, but not the returns. Okay. With regular, any other side scan I've used, even other brands, they do well up to about about that far into land. Of course, it's different whenever the range is, but you'll see the shadows a lot, but not the returns unless they're really close to the boat. When they get further out and you see them, I only really see that with the active imaging. That's what I love about it the most, because I see actual fish, not just the shadows, and I see more fish.
up there.
That's not what I gotta do that. Right here, keep an eye on this one.
Close one?
That front board just got a little
This one right here on the inside? Got little inches.
Sure did. Backboard just got it. There we go! Fish on! Fish on! Fish on! Catch him, baby! Catch him!
We'll go back with this one.
Oh, yeah, that's the one I was watching first. I might need you to clear a line. If he's going right to the front, I'll speed us up.
Yeah. He's going to look at you. Flat's loaded with fish.
Oh, you know what? He wants to come up to the front. He's beating us.
We're plowing mud.
Yep, he's beating us.
Now trim your motor up. Big motor.
Oh boy. Hold on, wait. That's how shallow we are right there, man. Turning the mud up. Why don't you get a net for him up front? Some pretty fish there, buddy.
Yeah, brother.
Just come up here and lip him. Come here and lip him. Pretty fish.
That's a chunker. Nice one, brother.
Fish, buddy.
You got to get like.
That's a Dave Farley special there.
It's kind of shallow.
You slam that good sized gizzard.
About a 31 incher.
Nice fish, bud.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good job.
Ready? Way to break the ice, bud. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Good job, man.
Thank you, buddy.
It breaks your neck too. I'm glad it wasn't a circle hook.
What's that?
I believe the fishing got better instead of moving.
If you've never pulled planer boards before, you know, or fish live bait, it's a great way to get these baits up in shallow water. It's winter time right now. It's February. These fish are up in only 2 feet of water here. Lots of shad up in here, really big gizzard shad. And that's where the stripers are going to be. So there's lots of them up in here too. So best presentation if you're a live bait guy is to pull them with boards and floats, nice and shallow. Right behind the board, we've had fish come up and smack at the board out of anger, you know. That board will attract them. If you never used live bait before, it's a great way to do it, catch some good sized fish. You know, if you never did it before and you want to pull some boards, I have some videos showing how we put them out. And just start with 1 or 2 boards, you know, and do one on each side and maybe one float in the middle. Pull that until you're comfortable. Then if you want to add a second float or a pair of TOS floats, and then just add a board on each side, you know, until you're comfortable. If you're not comfortable with multiples, 3, 4 boards, just do 1 or 2 on each side. That's a great way to fish. You don't need a million boards, you know, especially if you found the fish nice and thick like we got them today. It's all about presentation, you know. All right, guys, prime example why a side scan is so important. You can see we're not marking anything below us, but you look and you'll see all these striped bass in here that are up here on this bank. Oh wow, they're right there with 10 feet of water. Next time you're out there with your side scan, go if you can mark fish in 10 feet of water, see if they're that far up on the bank and not just the shadows, if you know what I mean. All the way out to 40 feet plus, really. The range just changed, but all the way up there, not just the shadows, but we're getting the returns out there. Love that about active imaging. Very valuable in a day like this. All right, Dave, it's freezing cold. Woo! That's for the winter time.
One hammer.
A little gizzard action.
What, a 12, 13, 12. Woo. Everything I got's running.
You all right? You're shivering so darn much. How he gently squeezes the fish.
I'm gonna put this one up the top. Go fishy, fishy. See, when you use them, if you don't catch nothing, you can still reel in a fish.
I wish it would just be a little colder so it would snow. It'd be a whole lot drier.
I can't tell if my nose is running or it's raining. I think it's both.
All right. Gizzard shad is on the menu today. They're decent size. They're not like freakish or nothing. We never want to net a bunch like this, but you guys are special, so. I'll net a bunch for you. Here's a pretty one.
Watch this. Watch this inside. Oh God, he hit the board.
Wow, smacked the board. That board ticked him off.
Did you see what a body on that fish?
I didn't. Oh, he got him now.
He swarped, actually chewed at the board.
See the rod tip's still bouncing.
I knew we shouldn't have went nowhere. We don't need to go nowhere. They're pretty daggone thick back there, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, same we do in salt, same we do in fresh, just pulling boards, getting them up on the bank, real shallow, only 2 feet of water where he just hooked that last fish. No weights on these, just letting them swim. Pulling along with the trolling motor.
I can get another board out.
And now you can do it.
He hit it.
Woo, woo, woo!
Come here, brother.
Fish on, he's a screamer! He's a screamer! He's a screamer!
Don't set the hook like I did.
Don't set the hook, just pick up and fight.
That's a good fish there, I believe.
Come back under that, help him out, man. You gotta go under that rod. There you go. I'm speeding this up so that fish is gonna come back. Tighten that jacket. No, it's good, it's good. It just seems to be taking it strange, huh? I sped us up so that fish...
Go right with him.
I am. I had to speed us up to get that fish to come back. Woo! Pouring rain out here on Smith Mountain.
Get your chew.
I'm speeding this up, so it should be good.
That one might be 35.
All right, so it's very important here to use your trolling motor because we want to keep his other lines in. And if Mark has to circle the boat, that means I'm screwing up. I'm keeping this fish right here with the power of the trolling motor. Now, to net this fish.
You got a net?
Yeah, why don't you hand it back? Hand it back to Mr. Farley. Farley, drop that rod and net that fish for him.
35,
So you see how important it is to manage the boat. You know, that fish automatically made a beeline for the bank when it was hooked. And we're already moving with the trolling motor, so I don't have to do much, but I just sped us up real quick to pull that fish back behind the boat. Made a slight right turn. Fish stayed right on the right side of the boat. Pretty fish, son.
Sir.
The way he sawed off, I thought he was a giant. He's pretty,
You gonna quit trolling and doing some live bait?
I might have to.
Or at least add it to your repertoire, right?
Might have to add it. Yeah.
A good striper fisherman does it all.
That's right.
Come on this side. Good striper fisherman does it all.
Look there. We got fish right here too.
She was holding on your thumb, wasn't he?
Yeah. Bit right down on it.
Pretty. Hey, you still see her in that water. Good job, brother.
Yes, sir.
Found my
Good job,
potato.
man.
Good job, bro.
Good job, Steve.
Good job.
Good job,
buddy.
Mr. Farles. I got to show you guys this. You see what we just came through? All these big marks right here. We thought they might be stripers, but if you look in the water, I don't know if you can see those stains. Those stained clouds, that's all carp. They're in there just stirring up the mud, eating all the muck out of the bottom, whatever they're rooting around for. Right up there on that bank, and that's what they look like.
Watch one of them rods, both of them go off.
Yeah, I wish. If they were, that would be awesome.
If it did, we're gonna be turning around quick.
Yeah, but this carp ain't gonna do it. Pretty cool, right? All right, we're out here on
Carp.
Smith Mountain Lake. It's a friend of mine, David Farley. He's been out here fishing Smith Mountain Lake for a long time. I think I've known Dave for about 4 or 5 years now. He came up from Fish Boston with us with Joe Marciano, and he's been trying to get me to come to Smith Mountain Lake with him here. And I did it in the NSBA days. Me and some buddies had a great time doing the NSBA. We used to come here quite a bit, but I haven't been here in at least 10 years. So we're pulling some planer boards with some good sized gizzard shad. And Dave, if someone is new to pulling bait and they, you know, say that they troll or they're a caster and they want to get into bait, outside of setting up boards and all that, I have videos for that, but give them a couple tips that may jump them up a couple years in experience right away. What kind of advice would you give them?
Everybody out, just fish with as many people as you can, because everybody I go with, every time I go, I've learned something new every time. I mean, it's,
Yeah,
no matter who you go with.
that's great advice.
Fresh bait, big bait. Don't be scared to go shallow. A lot of people pull straight down flats or straight down channels and won't cut into flats. Just a minute ago, what we 3 foot of water,
Yeah, we were
catching fish in 3 foot of water.
We were kicking mud up.
So definitely don't be scared of shallow water at all. That's one thing. I always cut in cuts instead of pulling. Like I said, I'll go back in little guts when a lot of people pull straight. Just a bunch of little things like that.
All right, if it's April, no one's, someone's never done this before in April, where would you go? What area? You don't have to give spots away, of course.
No, that's fine. I would go to any creeks, in the backs of creeks, shallow. If you got any current at all, try to go pull some current. If you don't have current, just go to backs of creeks. Anywhere just near bait, where there's some big bait, and pull big bait.
Fall. When would you do it in fall? Where would you go? Where's a good place to start? If you
I would do
fall?
more mid-lake and still creeks, but that wouldn't go as far back in the creeks. It just depends. I mean, I've caught them in the backs of creeks in 40 degrees under the ice, under the edges. I think a lot outside the lines and go shallow a lot. I mean, just plumb back where people wouldn't even think about going.
The reason we're asking Mr. Farley here is he does very well on this lake. He has a lot of top 5 finishes, actually a lot of first place finishes. We were talking earlier, how many first places do you have, say in the last 10 tournaments?
10 tournaments?
Yeah.
Won 5, I think, or no, 5 or 6.
You won 5 or 6 first places.
Yeah, we won all 4 last year, and this year I've won 1 and finished 5th in the other. And there was 64 boats in the last tournament.
That's tough to argue with, man. Consistency is the name of the game. That's the toughest thing to achieve as a freshwater striper fisherman, or any saltwater, anything, any fisherman, to be honest with you. Consistency. That's impressive, Dave. We're out here on Smith Mountain. We've got some new buddies. Been friends with Dave for a long time, but got this guy.
How you doing?
Mark.
Great day out here.
His name is Mark. He's a Sagittarius. He likes long walks on the beach and rainy days on Smith Mountain Lake. You give him a call on Thursdays, not Fridays. We've got some big parties on Fridays, but give him a call on Thursdays. He'll party with you anywhere. All right, guys, I've been doing some videos on different charts. A lot of lakes in the south here. What we're going to do is go over each chart and just help guys who are starting on that lake to figure out where to go, you know, for the time of year you want to fish. So for all 4 seasons, we're going to do a bunch of lakes. I did Chesapeake Bay for wintertime. We're on Smith Mountain Lake right now. My buddy Dave, and he fishes here a lot. He lives right here, so I'm going to have his opinion in here on what to do for each season on Smith Mountain Lake. All right, so Dave, we have a Smith Mountain chart here. All right, let's go ahead and start with spring. Springtime, you don't have to give away hot spots. You don't want to burn local spots and make a lot of enemies or nothing.
No.
Someone's going to get started. What's a good place for them to start in spring?
I would concentrate toward the upper end on the Roanoke side.
Okay.
Up in the upper, like toward the last buoys around the trestle area.
We talked about boards, right? Earlier, so you do boards and floats?
Yeah.
Gizzard shad, gizzard bait?
Yep.
Herring, if they can't get gizzard bait, you can use herring. Right. All right. So on the upper end, it's basically a river up here. So pretty much in the main stem, or up in the
All the way from actually about a mile below probably Bay Rock all around.
Point on the map. Where's Bay Rock? There's Hardy Bridge here.
It's right in this area, but I would concentrate anywhere from Mormons all the way up the river channel.
Basically anywhere up here in this stretch.
Yep.
All right.
And they even, this is all good areas down through here too, and all these creeks, any creeks.
All right, boards, floats, no weight or very lightweight. All right, now summer, main lake,
Yep.
right? Main
Down around the
lake,
dam, deep down line.
down lines, trolling. That's pretty much all the same. Most of these southern lakes. Great the map back. All right, so for down lines, you're going to use 2-3 ounces. Use your trolling motor. Get over main lake points. Run around with the gas motor. Look right.
Yep.
Look with your fish finder. Mark your fish first. Run around, run around, run around. Don't just pull up to a spot, say this looks good and fish. The advantage of fishing in the summertime is the water surface is very warm, so the fish get down enough to be underneath your electronics. That's an advantage. They go deep, now we can mark them easier. Because the deeper they are, the wider our cone is on our fish finder, so we can find these fish quick. So get out and run on plane, run 20-25 miles an hour. If your electronics are set up properly, you should be able to mark fish no problem at those speeds. If you want to pull up on a point in the main lake, slow down and look around for fish, you can do that if your electronics don't mark well at high speeds. But think main lake, you know, main lake near the dams and stuff like that. That's pretty much the same with all the southern lakes. All right, fall, we talked about fall. Now this lake does have a nice false run where the fish move all the way up to the top, just like they're spawning.
Yeah,
A lot of these southern lakes have great false runs. Kerr Lake has it. This lake has a strong one, and that just means that the fish act like they're spawning. They'll go way up the rivers in the fall, October, November, when the water cools off, usually when the leaves turn brown and start to fall off the trees. These fish will have a false run. They'll behave just like they're spawning, but they won't spawn. I think it has something to do with the shortening days. The days get a lot shorter, the water gets cooler, and they kind of feel the urge to migrate, but they can't migrate. That's just my theory on it.
And they scatter everywhere. One day they're here at the bridge, the next day they're up here. Just bounce around everywhere.
But the thing they have in common is they're all up here.
Yep.
They all move up the lake, and you can get up here and find them and really have some incredible days, 20, 30, 40 fish days. They may not be huge, but lots and lots of fish on that false run. So that's hard to beat in the fall. You won't maybe catch your biggest fish then, but great numbers. That's pretty much all the southern lakes that pull water.
Yep. Over here's a great area too, all the Blackwater side, but I know nothing about it, so that's where I'd go fishing, y'all guys. Stay over here. I fish over here.
All right, winter, what we're doing right now. We're pretty much still up here, right?
Back just all over from Hell's Ford Bridge up. Just bouncing around looking for good warmer water, searching warmer water temperatures. I'm looking for bait.
Can we catch a fish while we're doing this? All right, also winter, if you're not a bait guy and you want to troll, I know we've caught fish around the main lake. A lot of the main lake points just inside these creeks, trolling umbrella rigs, anywhere where you don't have to deal with trees, of course.
Right, and chasing birds is another good time. You know, the good thing, because looking for birds in the winter.
Main lake, secondary point, stuff like that. I imagine it'd be the same down here.
It would have to be the same. I just never fished that side.
Yeah. Casting flukes, running looking for birds, trolling main lake points. Good stuff.
Yeah, I would think back in the summer, I meant to say too, would be a good thing to do is a lot of night fishing with trolling.
Yeah.
It's really good at night.
I know this lake is really big.
Or not trolling,
pounding the bank.
casting with red fins. Yeah, in the summer months.
Yeah, this lake has been a lot of fun at night casting red fins at the bank.
Oh, you can put big numbers
Summertime.
up. You can put big numbers up in the summer. Certain times. Make your arm sore with the red fin.
All right, we're using the GoFree tablet here. I don't know if you can see the iPad here, but GoFree. Now I don't have to keep asking these guys if they're seeing bait on the screen. I can see it here at my structure stand, off to the left and right. When I see them, I'll go ahead and throw. The trolling motor pulling us along. We're gonna see some here off to our right. Let's go ahead and give her a throw. 11 feet of water. That's what we're looking for right there. Those are some nice big gizzards. course, we're loaded. We're going for bear, baby. Oh, your uncle's got to come get this. Come get this. This is a pig. Come get it, Mike. Come on. Come on. Hurry. Nice. He's a good one.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Whoa, baby.
It's been a long winter for Tim. Bring him in. Guy with the rod's got to bring him to the net. There you go. Woo! Well, it was a little crazy.
That's a keeper, right?
Say the least, that's a keeper. Yeah.
That's a good keeper, wow.
That's a 9-10 pound fish. That's what we get on these bigger baits, on these shallow points. That's 3. Alright, I had the fish on the boat. The boat's just going forward here and we're towing him along. He's ready to go. Give you one last look at her. 11 pounds, Kerr Lake Freshwater Striper. Alright. See ya. Go live. Alright, it's March. We're out here at Kerr Lake and we're fishing some planer boards back in the creeks. We got some good sized gizzard bait. We're gonna hook them in the nose. I don't know if you can see here real quick. That little orange piece of rubber right there. These are called bait buttons. They have them in Bass Pro. They have a little dispenser. And what we do is we put those there. We hook these baits. They'll want to slide up if you don't have this bait button here. It'll slide all the way up and re-hook just like that. And then you're pulling the bait re-hooked. And you'll get hits and fish come off and you can't figure out what's wrong. That's what's wrong. So this little bait button keeps it from sliding up. Alright. We're about to come up on this bank right here, shallow. So we got the rod and the rod holder here, clicker on. Pull out about 10 feet behind the board. These boards here will actually attract the fish as well. As this board comes up in the shallow water and makes a ripple, they'll come up behind it.
Alright, my friend,
We're going to go ahead and click the board on, let it out, try to get it up on the bank.
Yeah.
And we pull these boards along the bank here as we're coming across. Right now the water's warming up back in these creeks. We're off the main lake. The water's about 5 degrees warmer back here by the middle of the day. The sun warming up. The bait comes back here and striped bass move on these shallow points and these creeks back here to eat the bait. And that's what we're doing right now. We're catching some pretty good fish back here, up to about 12 pounds. It's pretty good for Kerr Lake. We're going to go about 2 miles an hour, 1.5 miles an hour. We'll slow it down to a crawl right on the points. And that's what we're doing. Alright, these big baits are the key. We've had a bunch of short strikes. Ooh, taking drag. Taking line. We turn the clickers off in freshwater. You're good right where you're at too.
He doesn't have his thing phone.
He's doing fine.
Okay.
Good. It's about time, man. I've had a hard time buttoning them up. Good fish. That'll be a tournament winner today. Definitely. It's a good carp fish.
He's in the other line.
That's alright. That's alright. Just go ahead and net it off. Take your time, take your time. Good fish. Nearly back in the creek. Big old gizzard bait in the wind. Let's go ahead and turn it loose.
Ready to get out of there.
Nice. Good job, Chris. That gold one, the gold one.
This?
Yep.
I mean, to me, he's a decent size.
Oh, yeah.
I got it.
Good. Yeah, just pull them over the side if you want. It's 20 pounds. Don't break my rod.
Swell out there. Woo! Greg just put one in the boat. It's 12.8. I don't know, 2-pound trout, pound and a half trout. So this is a 12.9. Look here, baby. Is that real? Leaving the country. Alright, Greg, she'll be ready over here, I think. That's not bad for freshwater. Just keep dipping it. 24 in the butt.
24 1/4, 24 1/2.
Right, 24 pounds. You got on there, Tim?
I did.
All right, we're gonna let it go. Swim off. Yeah, nice. I think Greg got a decent one here. Yes, he does. Take a line, Gregory.
Head check anyway. What about a fish?
Pulling them umbrella rigs here, man. The cooler water up here. I think maybe the key.
It's pretty cool. You could just speeded that thing up a little bit and come off it.
That's right.
The edge. They missed one right there.
Those fish were sitting right on the bottom in 20 foot of water. And that rig was probably just about ticking the bottom in 20 feet of water. The trick to netting that, Tim, is to net the fish and not the baits. Those baits will snag you up and you won't be able to get them.
Pool. About what I said.
Yeah, very nice.
So no net?
No.
Not good net him, Tim.
Don't matter.
Yeah.
He's in a team.
Yeah, he's a little, I think it's more like 18, 19. Really.
He might be a
Tim.
You ready?
Oh, yes.
Head first. Head first. There you go. Very nice.
Hold him right there, dude.
That's a 20-pound fish, son.
Well, down here on Lanier, just dumped the boat in the water. Here with the one, the only Striper Steve Knight.
That's right.
Ready to nail him today, brother, or what?
Yeah, man, we're gonna be good. We're already seeing them, just waiting on our group to get here. As soon as they get here.
We're just out in front of the ramp here, just looking around with the new MR transducers, trying to dial them in a little bit. It's a beautiful day. We got a bunch of bait, some big old spoons, and as soon as our buddies get here, we're gonna cover the water with Steve Knight. Smash them up. There's some big, nice big baits in there. Yeah. All right, one thing we're doing here, what Steve likes to do is, and he's kind of, man, he's kind of perfected his technique. He's looking here, these are all standing trees here. They didn't fell all the trees when they flooded this lake, and you can see that's 40 foot down right there, so you can see guess how tall that tree is. And he's not fishing in these fish that are hanging on the tops of these trees. That can be real tempting. I've done it myself. I've stopped and tried to catch those fish, and he's right now anyway, we're looking for fish that are not in the trees. That's a good school of shad or herring right there.
There's a lot of fish right out there. We're gonna re-drop out here on a different bottom.
And when you find good spots, you know, go ahead and drop a waypoint on them. That's what you got your machines for, you know.
All right, we're good one right there, right between all that timber.
So what are you looking for right now?
Really following a trail of fish and trying to follow them to the school. So a lot of times they'll lead them. You know, you start seeing a single, double, triple fish, you know, then they'll lead you to the school. So that's really what I'm looking for. Trying to get on that trail. Lead me to the rest of them. We see plenty of scattered fish around here.
Okay. You know it. We have 4 down lines set out here, only 4, and right now we can see all 4 on the screen at one time with one transducer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look how far apart those are set. And that one transducer, just a medium chirp transducer, less than 300 bucks. It's Airmar TM150. What we're seeing here is the steady lines are those lead weights. These are long leaders, so like these, the thin lines here moving, that's the herring. because these herring can move. We have very long leaders. So those little dats, see that one right? See that there? That's that's the herring swimming along. So that's his weight, and sometimes you'll know where the fish is by because all of a sudden you'll see that herring stretch out the leader. You'll see that herring use all the leader, just trying to get away from that.
So this is the herring right here.
Yeah.
See, that fish was way off to the side. I wasn't seeing. That's why.
Yeah, it's definitely wider than what you're used to for sure. And we could set a specific frequency if you'd like.
Okay. I'm just learning.
Yeah, that's right. I understand.
What it's doing, you know?
That's exactly right.
That's all I'm trying to do. Trying to learn.
And it just helps you find out where the fish are in the water column.
Right.
Yeah, you can step up. This is a firmly made boat.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, drag's paying out nice. You need to come over. Just don't trip on the wire. Oh. And you can see we're not using all accurate reels here. Accurate, this will make a line counter reel, and that's line counter is real important here for depth here with a Striper Steve, man. He likes his line counters, and I see why. That's a good little fish, huh? There are a bunch of transducers back there. Oh, that's a little bit, huh? Shad. Pretty fish. Pretty fish. Give a warm water release, man. Just let them plunge straight in. Not very pretty. It's about a 2.3. Just give me the old flip on it. Oh, there it is, right there.
GeorgiaWildlife.com. You got it? That's like that drag. That's what Dale loved too. Yeah, that's exactly what he loved. Drag sounds rough on that thing, huh?
It's the clicker. It's the counter. Yeah, that's
on
on
the counter. Oh, I got you.
Counters are loud.
Quit!
That's
a bass fisherman moved there with that 20-pound test line. Reeled him in.
I'm not putting any pressure on it. I'm just line guiding. I don't want to bunch up on the wrist.
That's right.
The other thing, it'll slice the damn thing real quick too.
All right, Steve. So people want to come book trips with you. What's the best way to do it?
Call me, hit me up on Facebook, Striper Steve's Fishing Charters on Facebook, or my phone number is 404-580-3255.
I just got
You
it
can
here.
find me at www.stripersteve.com.
That's about obnoxious.
It is obnoxious. You know, put the clicker on, stop taking drag, didn't it? We just put that clicker on so we could hear it take drag, and it stopped.
We need to swap.
Step all the way back, Jimmy. Go to the starboard side, Jimmy, all the way back.
Yeah, look at that. That's a nice one, Jimmy. Right there. That's a nice fish. Nice fish pulling back up.
Woo!
Yeah, baby.
I think you caught one. Yeah, caught one, buddy. That is a beautiful Lake Lanier fish. Striper Steve style.
Okay. Awesome.
Head first, beautiful fish, man. Head first, right down. Nice. That's the best way to do it. Just give him that rush of oxygen. Head first direction, straight down. That fish is down to 30 feet of water already. I know we're going to see it on the fish finder. There it is right there. Excellent, man. Good job, man. All right, this is what happened.
I'm trying to get the dang thing.
I want to show you on the screen what just happened
Take
here.
him on up there around that trolling motor so he don't wipe out that other rod over there. Go on up here. So way down around that motor.
Steve was looking at these two fish right here, and Joe had this line right here, and Steve goes, drop it, and he saw these two. So he dropped it, leveled out. He says, drop it again. He dropped it and went right, bunked that fish right in the head. You can see right here, that fish just said, "Wop, I want it." He hooked up, and that's him bringing it up. And he's hooked up right now. It's not just having good electronics, Striper Steve. It's about knowing how to read them, brother. And you got it down, son. You got it down. And we are using the, oh, it's a good fish. These long leaders make it a little tricky. Good fish. Using that motor guide right there to anchor lock us in. Good job, man. Good job. Good job. Good job, brother. We had to read it. Had the play-by-play going. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Same exact thing just happened. There's that fish right there. I'm telling you, it's not the same one. This was the first one. And that's the one that just happened now.
Nope, you should get underneath, go underneath that motor over here. We're gonna wipe these other ones out.
You can go all the way around. That's it. You're doing good.
Way down in the water with that thing. All right.
Nicely done.
Thanks for good job, buddy. Way to go.
Yep, you want to take drag, just let them do it, right? Only, we got them light leaders aren't really thick, so.
Them drags should be set pretty good.
Yeah, you're playing it perfect, man. You're playing it perfect.
Hey, told you.
Nice. That's a little better fish. It's a little better.
It's tangled in that other rod.
Which reels are these, Steve?
The Dakotas. Dakota 500 made by Shimano. Real good reels.
Got the line counter in it. And Steve specializes in, man, being technically accurate. And I mean details. I love the line counter idea. A lot of guys shy away. I don't know why. Now my accurate reels, I don't have line counters. They don't make a line counter reel, but we just use this here. It's just a,
those are almost better. I'd about rather have those.
It's an inexpensive rod. I think it was like, I don't know, 50 bucks maybe. And I've had them for a long time, those line counter reel rods, and they've lasted. All right.
Almost, I screwed you that time.
Crank down one more time, Joe. You got that line. We can all do it. It'll be a team effort. What's up? Jeff Blair's Lake Lanier Guide Service.
We're putting it on the trailer. Drop it down there.
Can call that number and book some trips with you, man? What's your website?
LakeLanierStriperCharters.com.
Cool, man. These guys have been wearing them out right next to us. He just brought that bait up from here, right up into these stripers we came across. He just brought it up to here, and he saw that fish come and look at it. From here, came and look at it. Look at him chase that bait. These leaders are a little long, so they can chase them all over the place.
Right.
There's a good one right there.
You're looking at it right now. Here he is.
Oh, get it out, get it out, get it out. Nice.
Alright.
Troll motor.
Yeah, take him on up front so you don't get around that troll motor.
Oh. You hold that on in, please. Just like that.
Buttons up. Little Striper Steve knife.
All right, it cut off.
Woo! Look at that accurate reel screen.
Mike. Yeah, these long leaders
Yep.
take a little finesse.
Yeah, you can grab the leader with the net and just slowly swim into you.
There you go, nice. These are healthy fish, man. Good fighting fish, even in the summertime. Right now, the surface right now is 88 degrees. For every second we hold that fish in that 88-degree water, we're cooking his brain. And we got dead fish floating all over Lake Murray right now. That's where he just released that fish straight down, and it's just, look at that, went right back into that little school. That's that fish. He went right down and leveled off. That's incredible, man, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a far cry from the flashers we used to use, man. Look at that. We can see that same exact fish still. It takes a little while to learn the Striper Steve talk. He goes, go down, go down, go down, go down. No, not you. I was talking to the fish. I was talking to the rod.
They piss me off sometimes, man. You gotta cuss them. Yeah, I love those bosses. Throw them a rod and reel every once in a while.
Yeah, I've had those days.
Look, screw this. Whoosh.
Just when you think you've outgrown it.
Oh yeah. Come on up. Wow.
Big girl. Another big girl. Yes. Wow, so thick. So thick. Jeez. That's thicker than I marked bait.
And they're all like this.
And they're all good sized fish.
They're all good sized fish.
Look at that. You know what we call this? Cornbread. Cornbread. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Just your average size 35-inch striper here. Yeah. Right down in there. That one's worth getting a photo of.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
not a little gun shy.
That's a slobber knocker right there, buddy. I know, I saw you. You're playing that a little softer.
yeah, I'm like, ah.
I was waiting for that second little ump, and I was like, oh, he didn't do it this time.
I'm just letting him, you know, I want to set that hook good in there.
Right.
The last 5 times I've done it, it's come undone. Yeah.
See, Alan is a high performance machine. He can adjust on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of guys know how to do that.
That's right.
Go a little softer if it's not working.
If double hard doesn't work,
try single
hard.
Oh,
wait! Sun.
And another good fish.
I like that sun hitting. So pretty. Go dance. Sling them up here, Bill Dance.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what I felt like. Oof. Oof.
There you go.
Oof.
Nice.
So pretty. Nice fish. Alright, we just came off them, so we're going to drift that way with the tide, so get them wet. Yeah,
this is good fish.
Yeah.
That's the one you want, Carol. This is a good fish, guys.
This is a good fish. It's a 40-inch fish, I'm calling it.
It's not a 40-inch.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it is.
Alan will always he'll always downplay it.
Yeah, you got to downplay it. I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
We all are. She's in the sun.
She's taking a little drive.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh. Look at that one.
Let's see her. Let's see her. See that sunlight bouncing off her. Good fish, man. Deep 6.
There we go.
On a pink BKD. Doubled up.
Got some shoulders.
Did he? The parrot quality fish here. He's got a good one too. What's up, brother? The legend! It's Walleye Pete Dahlberg.
Look at this fish.
Beautiful.
Oh, we got double header here.
Nice.
30, 34?
34?
There we go. Beautiful fish.
Right down like nothing even happened, right?
Nope.
There's some quality fish down in there. Another double header. You know why we don't have more than a double header? Because we only got 2 in.
Mine's not as good as Craig's.
Thought he was pulling line. That's good fish though. They're all good, man, right?
Yeah, as long as they bite, they're good.
Wow, I cannot get over that. I've never had that happen with that transducer before. It just locked out. Think of stripers.
Oh my god.
The stack of fish there, buddy.
You're so cool. There's a stack.
There's a pretty stack.
That's a big stack.
Nice. Oh yeah, it changes the depth range.
Yeah.
They're thick. You can see what I've done. I zoomed in here on the bottom. See if I back it out. That's standard to full depth, 1 to 40. You just turn the knob 1 click to the right, it zooms in, and the more you turn it, the further it zooms. You can see the depth numbers are reversed now. So on that bottom section, when the fish are this thick like that, the zoom can really help. Pulls them apart a little. One thing you notice, you see no noise. No noise. And right now we have a 275 high-low Y here, 150 medium chirp here, and the structure scan transducer is going. And I'll show you if you look. I'm sorry. Noise rejection off. Look over here. Noise rejection off. It's pretty amazing to have no dashes, no mud happening at all with 3 transducers going at once. Amazing. We're getting some suspended fish just a little bit. I mean, let's see. It's a good mark at 20 feet. We drifted off it though. See that one mark, Al?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me put you back over there.
I was gonna say.
He's buttoned up. BKD fish.
There. Look at how fat. You were saying how fat they were?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, they are pumped up. Pretty fish. Good deal. Oh, I've got some shoulders. That might be a better fish. Oh, there we go. There we go. Big girl. Good looking fish, buddy. Nice. That BKD is gone.
Gone, it's in there. I told you I wasn't worried about it coming off. I can feel it in the other all the way.
It's in there. Suzuki motor's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, you know what? I've always been impressed with this.
Freezing cold, ice all over it. So reliable. Last thing you worry about, you know. BKD gone. Swallowed it. Well, they call him bass candy for a reason. Beautiful fish, brother. Beautiful.
Again.
Whoa.
That's a nice one.
Oh, gorgeous. Little ice on the tip.
There she goes.
Wow.
Yeah, look at this marks.
Yeah.
Let's get this one.
Let's see, that is a bunch of this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Those marks are 30-inch fish.
It's a whole, that's what we call a snotchel of 30 inches. It's a full snotchel. Look at that, Craig. Here's his fish going down. It's the fish he just released. See it? He's buttoned up. That was quick. Wow. Holy cow. Frozen Suzuki, kicking tail. Love that motor. Allen's button. All I'm doing is using the Suzuki. It's so quiet. I just leave it running the whole time. Just keeping us on these fish. Letting these boys light them up. Quiet motor, man.
It is quiet.
Decent fish. Pretty fish.
Yeah, not a bad one. It's about 27, 26.
We're not. Wow.
There we go. That's what we got below the boat.
Nice.
That is a thick school right
Sure
there.
is.
Oh,
Look at that. Oh, look, something had that.
it's really hard to get in the
Something.
tail with
This fish was in another fish's mouth.
it. I think you're right.
Yep. Wow. Thick under us, boys. I can see you jigging right in there.
Yeah. They're right in the middle of them.
Yeah. All right, here you go. Here's a good one here. So you can see his jig in here with the high chirp wide. The medium is doing great marking the fish, but you can see it's not picking up his jig. That wide 25 degree is picking up the jig, even though it's in high chirp. Yeah, reel it in, B. We'll put a new bait on there. Look at those bass. Oh, yeah, he chased it up, B. Nice. Yeah. I'm enjoying the chaos, man.
You got one over here. Oh, you got it this line, B. Hold on. With net, Mike. Got this one.
This right over behind is going nuts. Oh, geez, look at that rod. All right. This is good. That's a good one. That one. Woo! Come here, baby.
Drop the rod. Take your fish. Frank. Oh. Oh. Big drag. We missing one over there. We lost one over there. I think we're good. Oh, B picked up again in the front. Yeah. Oh, how'd you just go? I got one. I'm getting this. Oh! You're fighting fish, man. Oh, shit.
God, this phone thing is not good.
Recording John there.
John, you got him up yet?
I got one.
Oh, you got your tank with this? Alright. Oh, shut up, boy. Keep going. This is a good fish. Woo! I got a hawk. I got a world record. Still hanging in my boat. Take it off the hook. Good job, John boy.
Fish net, the big net, buddy. Oh, we're lit up now. We're lit up. Fish everywhere. Hurry up, B, because we're about to catch a lot of fish. Fish on the front.
Fish on in the front, B.
Get in the net and go catch that fish. Come on, B, you can do it. You can do it. Crank him in now. Oh, yeah. Crank him in, man. That might be a big fish, B. Hey, Greg. Oh, never mind, you're good. He's got a nice fish.
I'm trying to catch another one.
He's got a nice fish.
I'm trying to catch another one.
No, 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 it's all right.
Right here. Hell yeah, back here. John, you can plow in the way.
Right here, up in the front.
Come on here, B.
Nice fish. Woo! Nice. Good job, B. Good job, B. Do what? Stop. Look at that, B. Look at all the stripers. That's the NSE unit. That is the new Evo, SS Evo. Lit up with striped bass. We're gonna put some bait down. B, gonna catch one here. We just, yeah. I'm gonna back us up, man. Just straight back in that track. Boat's going in reverse here. Actually, I've been stopped. We just kind of drifted off it. Watch this rod right behind us. Here, B. John. Crank him in, John boy. Coming back. Set the hook on him, John.
Oh, come on.
There you go. There you go. Just keep him out of that line. Pull him this way if you can, buddy.
Film this. Come here, Mike. B.
Wow, you got one on there. B, come reel this fish in. That's it, John. Stay on him. Come on back here, John. Come on back, buddy.
Float it up now, boy.
Force him that way, John. Pull him. There you go. Attaboy. That's right. Screen is still lit up. Good job, buddy. In the box right here. What do you want me to record that screen with that camera you dropped? Right here. Go catch him, go catch him, go catch him, John. Go catch him, buddy. Yep, you just dropped one down to the bottom and reeled it up, Greg?
Yep. Picking it up?
Yep, I caught you doing it. I got a double mark with it. I got the weight and the herring.
Somebody procure the net.
Can you grab me that net, please?
Need a little assistance.
Careful, careful.
You might be taking it away from him like that.
Thank you, sir.
He's a done deal.
That's a better fish. Nice fish, P. Look at that. Fish finder had that fish come right up to the top. Alright guys, we just got off the water doing some cut bait fishing. This is a fantastic way to fish if you're brand new to striper fishing and maybe you've never done it before ever and there's a lake close by, you want to try it. This is a great way to get out there and catch your first striped bass. What's great about this style of fishing is you can catch all kinds of stuff. You can catch catfish and big catfish too. Striped bass, white perch, all kinds of great stuff. So what we did was we went out. It's springtime, it's a great time for cut bait fishing. Fish are moving around, getting ready to go up to the rivers to spawn. And I'm gonna show you on the map real quick where to get started for this. So the fish are moving around a lot. It's a great place to, great time to do your cut bait fishing. Points, great place to start on a point. Okay, where fish will move up on a point during the day and move back down. Anchor up. You can even beach your boat. A lot of times if it's deep water close by, I'll just bank the boat. I'll just put it right up on the clay bank. Sometimes we anchor. In this case, we double anchored. Even a single anchor is fine. Doesn't matter if the boat swings just a little bit. Just a great way to get out there and catch your first striped bass. All right, I'm gonna show you real quick on the map where to get started. You're gonna have 3 spots to try. I'm gonna get and show you right now. Come on down. All right, this is a map of Kerr Lake, Bugs Island, but I don't want you to get hung up on what lake this is because this works on any southern lake, probably most northern lakes as well. The reason I say southern lakes is because most of the southern lakes or rivers ever flooded into reservoirs. So again, don't get hung up on the name. This will work in any lake. Okay, so right here you're gonna see this is the main river channel, the main stem. We call this the main lake. So on your lake where the river channel is, that's the main lake. Okay, so then you're gonna have these creeks. You got one here, you got a big one here, smaller ones. Okay, let's go to this creek right here. Okay, so you're gonna start, your first spot is gonna be a point on the main lake. You can see that point right at the tip of my finger. Okay, on your map when you get close, you'll see all these fine lines here where the lines are very close together. Like, let's see down here, it might be easier to see. You see where all these lines are, the little fine lines? Where they're close together, that means it's a steep drop off. So you want to anchor your boat in those fine lines, in the drop off, so you can cast out deep and cast up on the point. So this is your first main lake point. Try here, set up for an hour, a little more. You don't get any takers, you move to your second spot. Your second spot will be a secondary point. Any of these points near the front of the creek, but up in the creek. So you're going to try any one of these little points right here. Again, anchor your boat on the transition. So if it's 30 foot here and it's 2 foot here, anchor between that. That's the transition, okay? Give it an hour. No touches. You're going to go to your third spot. Third spot's going to be the point way in the back of the creek. Between those 3 spots, you're going to find fish. All right, come here, let me show you our rig here. Very simple. It's an old Carolina rig. You have a barrel swivel here. This is our main line. This line goes to our reel, comes off the reel. It's our main line. I like to have at least 2 beads, maybe 3, but as long as you use at least 1 to protect your knot. Okay, this is a 2-ounce sinker here. 2 ounce, just an egg sinker that slides. And then we have about 3 foot. You don't want to go longer than 3 foot because then it's very difficult to cast. All right, then I have a small, this is just a 1/0 Mustad Demon circle hook. Okay, I like the Demon circle. It's my second favorite hook. If you can get the Owner and Mewdo circles, light wire circles, they're my first and favorite circle hook. This is a good secondary though. All right, very simple. This is just a 15-pound test leader. My main line is 20-pound test on this. You can use lighter than that. You can go heavier than that. Cut bait fishing is very forgiving. Your line is laying on the bottom. You don't need fluorocarbon or anything fancy. Just basic setups are fine for this. All right, my first pick for this would be shad, cut shad, live shad, any shad you can net. I would love to get some nice big herring for this. We had to find our bait deep. We couldn't find anything shallow, unfortunately. Everything was in a deep creek channel, 25 feet right on the bottom. So it's a slow pick netting our bait. If you don't net bait, if you don't know how to net bait, you can go to a bait shop. You can go to your gas station in the south here. They always have those bass minnows. You can get bass minnows, work great, no problem. Even at the grocery store if you want to get chicken livers. Now, when I was a kid, we used chicken livers, and we actually caught a lot of stripers that way. It's kind of funny how they'll really key into the stench of that chicken liver and pick it up. A lot of guys up north still doing it. So my first pick would be shad, net fresh. Second pick would be bass minnows at a gas station. If you can't get those, get some chicken livers at a grocery store. Great way to get out and catch your first striped bass. It's super effective. We caught a ton of fish. We had action all day between the catfish and the striped bass. So check this out. I hope you like this video. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments. Please subscribe if you haven't. Give me a like. All right, it's springtime and we are getting ready to net some bait here. This is Carr Lake in Virginia, North Carolina border. Usually springtime, water 60 degrees, the bait will be moving up shallow. But we haven't seen any bait flipping, and all the bait we're seeing is deep. I'm sure there's some big gizzards getting ready to spawn up in the riprap and stuff, but I'm really not seeing it flip. You can see as soon as we get to that drop off deeper than 20 feet, we start to see it. It's on side scan, there's lots of it, so it shouldn't be hard to get. But it is deep, which presents a whole new challenge throwing a net, you know. You got to make sure you're really on it because your net's going to close by the time it gets down there. So you have to be really precise on your throws. So let's see what we can do. Man, you're nicking the boat, but man, is it opening. You've got your shoes on, you have just enough height to not hit the boat. Hard to beat that. There's the cast net. Did he get it? He was on a few. Definitely got a few. There's a net coming up. Over here, Kyle. Let's see if he's loaded. There we go. Oh, and we just killed them all.
I scared every crappie out of here for these guys. I pick them all up.
Here, Kyle. It's a thread fin and a gizzard. All right, you can see here. That's all bait and stripers. You can see the stripers here, the hard dashes, and then these small ones here, small haze, that's shad. It's funny because we're trying to net bait and there's a striper sitting on this bait. So we're not going to go far once we start fishing. Net ledge. We're fishing! We're fishing! Another dozen of bags. Put the lead down soft. That's another dozen and a half. We are done. We're done. All right, well, we just got our bait. We're back here in these S-turns here in the back of this creek. Okay. We netted bait right here. And we marked so many striped bass and crappie and all kinds of big marks all the way through here that this point right here, we're going to cut bait right here, right by our bait. I'm just going to idle up here. We're going to tie off to one of these trees, double anchor the boat, and we're gonna set them out on the chunk. All right, we're getting ready to set the anchor here for cut bait fishing. And I don't want to be too hasty here. I want to look around and I want to position the boat so I can cast to all depths. It's the middle of the day right now. The fish that we're going to catch earlier on are going to be deep. And as it starts to get dark, you know, later in the day, these fish will move up to medium depths and then closer to the bank, closer to the point. I want to position the boat one time and get it perfect. I can put some baits up on the 4 foot, some in the 10 foot in the transition, and some I can reach the 25 creek channel. Perfect world, that's what I'd want. So if you see the fish finder, we're going in reverse. Okay, there's bait. That's the bait we were just netting. Of course, I'm not seeing the stripers and the catfish now, but they were here, and it's okay. This is one time you don't have to mark fish, as long as you mark bait, because these fish are going to move up later on. If you don't see them up on the point, that's okay, because they're going to move up as it gets darker. It's the middle of the day. Here's the point where we just dropped that first anchor. Putting the stern over on this side of the point. If you look at the drop off, you'll see it coming down in reverse. I know if I get that stern anchor in 10 feet of water, I can cast out to 25, no problem, with a medium cast. All right, set her down. 10 feet of water. Kyle, get ready to pull some in.
We're down.
All right, now Kyle's going to take some in and John's going to let some out. This way we get a little scope on our back line. I don't want a lot of scope on the back line because it's a 35-pound anchor. We don't need a lot of scope. It pretty much works just going straight up and down. Go right over the top. Walk all the way down. Coming down, John. Clear that box for him. Keep the rod high. Don't hit those other ones. Keep. Run, Kyle. That's it. That's it. Is he swimming at us now?
I think you.
Yeah, he's swimming at us. That's it. Keep cranking. Malcolm, come take this. Could be a big catfish. Hold that in the other hand. Just walk all the way to keep it clear. What you got, Kyle? See your lines in his line? Yeah, walk up to, okay. Take that front rod, Trey. Big catfish. Big catfish. Just leave that one slack. Just leave it slack, yeah.
No.
Nope. Okay, John. Kyle, bring it to John right here. Everyone else go to the other side of the boat. It's all right. Just keep it slack. Grab the line with your left hand, John. It is a big one.
Oh, baby.
Good job, Kyle. Striper!
Hey!
Net, where's my net? John's got it. I can't believe I turn around, these guys are all watching and clapping. All right, there you go. He's not monstrous, but we'll take him. There we go. Cut bait. Freshwater striper action. Pretty fish. Good job. Pull the hook out. Pliers. You guys see that?
I'm camera shy.
Too many
It's a
cameras.
beautiful fish.
You can do it. There you go.
Alright.
Pretty fish. Not monstrous, but this lake doesn't have a whole lot of big fish in here. It's a good fish. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Be free, baby girl. Be free. Right up high. Just pull away from the anchor. Away from the anchor. You're pulling towards it now. The other way. There you go. Striper or catfish? Keep cranking. Don't stop. Get him to the boat. What you got? You digging? Watch your mouth. Go up to the front. Right to the cop.
Where?
This way. There you go. You know, if we baited and waited on this point, we'd go from catfish to stripers. Look, your drag's going out. Pump and take it, Malcolm. Remember, you got to pull up and now crank down to him, but drop the rod a lot slower. Crank, crank, crank down. Bring the rod tip down a little. That's it. Now pull all the way up. All the way up. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's it. Remember, we got a tree down there. You know, just keep it up high. Keep it up high. Because we have a tree right down there. We're cut bait fishing, guys, on Carr Lake, Bugs Island. Catfish, blue cat. Step back. Get him down. All right. Catfish.
Oh man, he's barely hooked.
All right, we're out here pulling umbrella rigs. First fish right here. We'll grab him. Yeah, we'll just grab him. Here's a little peanut to get us started. Cow catcher style, but it ain't a cow. Little bud.
My size, baby.
A hybrid?
Yep.
Nah, it's striper. I think Greg got a decent one here. Yes, he does. Taking line, Gregory.
Head check anyway. What about a fish?
Pulling them umbrella rigs here, man. The cooler water up here. I think maybe the key.
That's pretty cool.
You should just speeded that thing up a little bit and come off it.
That's right.
Ledge. They missed one right there.
There's those fish were sitting right on the bottom in 20 foot of water. And that rig was probably just about ticking the bottom in 20 feet of water. The trick to netting that, Tim, is to net the fish and not the baits. Those baits will snag you up and you won't be able to get them.
I don't know if you even need to net him. I don't know. I don't think he does. Might be about 15 pounds, maybe. 12, 15. I don't think he's much more than that. I know in just about 1 second in this pool. About what I said.
Yeah, very nice.
So no net?
No.
Not good net him, Tim.
Oh my.
Yeah.
He's in a team.
Yeah, he's a little, I think it's more like 18, 19. Really.
He might be a
Tim.
You ready?
Oh, yes.
Head first. The head first. There you go. Very nice.
Hold him right there, dude.
That's a 20-pound fish, son.
Bring him over here. Hold him right there.
So you're using accurate reels, good for trolling too.
He's gone under the boat.
He's gone to the boat. He's either very smart or very dumb.
Hybrid.
Hybrid. Yeah, he was out there in the middle too. Might be a fish right there, Greg, no? He says no every time, doesn't he?
Pounds.
6 pounds?
4 ounces.
4 ounces.
That one's coming up to the top. Ooh. I'm gonna say 9 pounds. Is 9 getting cocky?
7.5.
7.5. Oh yeah, that's a pretty fish. Sure is. In that clear water. Oh!
Get him?
I got him.
Around all over the place out there.
Tim said that's one.
All right, we are doubled up.
Freaking 8-8.
Tim has a pretty decent fish, I think. I should have showed you the fish finder on this video first. It was all lit up. You got yours, Greg?
I think they all got off.
Yours came off? That's a little better.
Put them up here, Bubby. Oh, 20 hooks coming at me.
He's just good. You can lift him. Go ahead and lift him. He's got it good.
See this way.
Okay, let me see. That's a nice looking fish.
Yep.
Pulling umbrella rigs here. Okay, there they are. There's a school right there. These fish aren't terribly large, but you can see on the sides structure scan. There they are right there. See them right there. There they are. Is it a hybrid? No.
No.
Take that thing, boy.
Yeah, boy. Whoa! Alright, you got our umbrella rig snag. We're going to go ahead and use the retriever to get it off. Just snap this on right here, like that. So you just snap it on, just drop it down. Just keep the line tight as you can. Have the guy with the fishing rod, just hold the line as tight as you can, drop it down. We're in 46 feet of water right here. We weren't trolling that deep, just let it out and got snagged. "46 feet of water right there. Sure did. Just give it an easy pull and it'll straighten out the, wow, it's really snagged on there. It'll straighten the hooks. And there we go. Save the $30 umbrella rig grip. If you're not getting snagged once in a while, you're not using them right. Sure, you need to nick the bottom once in a while.
Yeah.
Shrink.
Come over here, the line's in the water over there.
I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna make it.
A little better.
We'll watch the tip.
Very nice, Simbo.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and turn it loose. Let me get it on video swimming.
Went out a little better than ours.
Whoa!
There she goes. Very nice. Good job.
Thank you.
That fish came right up to the top.
Have a 10-pounder.
Trying to improve on that 24-pounder.
Nope.
Not gonna do it.
It might be 8 or 9 now. Shrinking every minute.
A good little swirl on it. Sure is. 10? Yeah. Nice.
There toward the mouth of the destination.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Never mind.
Oh, it's gonna go off. There we go. Fish on, fish on, fish on, fish. Go get it. Go get it. Fish on back there.
You got 3 on.
Oh my goodness. What are we doing? I'm just about to record that screen. We see we only went through about 7 or 8 fish. Not really big. And he hooked up on a U-rig.
That was at 75 feet. Right there. Right there.
Oh, button up, tripled up. Can we get a quad? Can we get a quad?
A little better fish on this one. You might have more than one fish.
Yeah, you might. I'm watching the chaos. All right, man. So the word of the day is adapt. Maybe you never troll. It's worth trying, man. Do whatever you need to do to catch those fish. So many people I talk to, well, I only troll, I only use live bait, I only use cut bait.
No.
Step outside your comfort zone. He came off?
Yeah. There's still one on the
All right, put it in the rod holder and catch this one. Stick that in the rod holder first. That was a good fish, too.
I need to go.
You gotta go over. Chaos, chaos. All right, so what I was saying, don't be afraid to try something new. Don't label yourself. These fish aren't huge, but they're striped bass and we want to catch them. Middle of summer, these fish aren't very deep. Why do you think these fish don't go deep here, Steve? Any ideas?
Yeah, the water's so still, there's no oxygen for them. They can't live below the thermocline. Thermocline's probably at about 12 feet.
Got a tree on our left side here. Marking a standing tree right there. Now our surface temp here is 92, so you don't want to sit and revive the fish at the surface. You want to dive bomb them straight down as best you could. Man, he really wanted that stuff. Yeah. So we just drop them head first and that's it, quick as you can, because that top water is 92. If holding them and reviving them there, you're not doing them any favors. Actually 95 right now. He'll cook his brain, get him down to that cooler water. There's a couple fish down below 15 feet. Yeah, way over a tree. There's a tree right there. Don't mess with fish. Fish on. Oh, on or off on the back. Oh, he's on. Fish on. Go get him, Steve. Oh, it's a triple. It's another triple. And it's only a triple because we only had 3 out.
Yeah, this is triple. We only had 3 out.
Oh man! I think it was off and another one on. So that's 4 with 3 lines out. Here, just catch this one. I'll get that one back in the water. All right, I want to get him back quick. The water's so hot. Can't believe how feisty they are, man. All the way to the boat, they fight, and then they fight again once you get them in.
And perfect release.
All right, back in gear, get more. Craziness.
Well, like I was just saying, we're catching these fish off this red bank point, red bank, and a point here. It's 18 to 22 foot of water. Our neck, we have another location up here, about a mile. That's going to be a similar setup that we're going to try and see if there may be a group of fish there, because they're going to. Normally, they're going to be in a similar pattern in a different, you know.
Sure, makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, like, you know, my example was Carl Lake. People get intimidated, but because the lake's so big. But if they're keying on secondary points or the mouth of the creeks, they're pretty much doing that in every creek. It's not like you got to search the whole lake.
Right.
So, try to mimic whatever's working. And like you were saying earlier, be versatile. Start out with everything different until you figure out what works. Because it's not going to be the same every day. and get you some of these things. They're awesome.
No outdoor AC.
Have we had a hit on that one with the plastic since we put that? I thought we had a bump. We had a bump one time. Didn't we?
Yeah.
I was wondering if we should try to find something that had a little more tail.
Yeah, a little wiggle too.
Because that thing just kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's the only what you got. So, of course, we didn't have enough sense to bring more of these. But this, with this chartreuse tail, with this more action, has actually been way more productive than this straighter.
Yep.
Like this is tore up pretty good.
Yeah, that's experienced. See all these little schools of bait. What do you think that is? That threadfin or?
Yeah, this lake's mostly got threadfin. There's some gizzard. Gizzards used to be the primary bait in here, but they started stocking threadfins. I don't know if that has any effect to why we're not getting the side fish, or if it's because of the different strain going from the Roanoke fish to the Cape Fear fish. Guess, you know, anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's.
All right, for you guys that have never done this before, it's gonna be your first time. What you didn't see was we rode around, we tried a few spots that Steve knows of. He lives right around the corner from here, so he fished it quite a bit. I only fished it a handful of times myself, so we hit 5 or 6 spots and went over them with the fish finder, see what we can mark. And we marked them on a few spots, not real heavy, to spread out, which isn't a bad thing. When they're spread out, sometimes they're eating better, you know. So if you're gonna come do this on any lake in the summer, you wanna look around first, see what you're marking. At least mark bait if you're not marking a lot of fish. If you can mark fish, of course, that's the best thing you want, of course, right? We're pulling several different baits. We got some umbrella rigs out, 20-inch umbrella rigs with 9 baits on them. They're just storm swim baits. 2 of them are lead core, which is single swim baits on them. But everything's a different color, you know, so we scatter the depths, but we don't want to go too deep with these. We're looking at where we're marking the fish and above. So we're only marking these fish about 10, 12, maybe 15 feet down. So all these lines are between 15 and like 8 foot out. And you know, the fish are going to move up to eat anyway, so that's what you want to do. You don't need downriggers for this.
There toward the mouth of the Eastern Nation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Never mind. Oh, it's going to go off.
There we go. Fish on, fish on, fish on. Fish. Go get it. Go get it. Fish on back there.
We got 3 of them.
Oh my goodness. What are we doing?
4 of them.
What are we doing? It's craziness. You're gonna have to get one. Cigar will do it.
That's 4 on it, isn't it?
We got 4 of them?
Oh, all 4 on it. 1 on this one right here, too.
Okay, I can pump it out of gear there.
Come on up, boy. Get him.
Geez, this one's pretty good, dude.
Is it?
Or it's a lot of fish. That one came off?
Look like it.
Oh no, he's on there.
Yeah.
I thought that was me.
I mean, I must have 2 on that are swimming the same direction. That's a pretty fish there, buddy.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so we were having miles and miles of nothing, man. Nothing, just dead water. We were just about to move, and we came across just an acre of fish. But we came across the other point that Steve was pointing to, just like he said.
This one come off.
Happened just like he said. Yeah, I got 2 over here.
Good. He's off.
7 pounder at least. Just grab the rig right in the middle and lift it right in.
Right here?
Yeah. Hello.
That's a nice one. I ain't seen one that nice in a little while.
Pretty.
Yeah, we got the one we're going to measure here is 25?
25.
25 inches.
Oh, that's a good fish, buddy. Damn, oh, good deal, good deal. Well, I like to hear.
All right. So again, I don't want to hold this fish at the surface because it's 95 degrees. Just a few feet down, it goes into the 80s. So I'm gonna try and release him quick. Right down. Good deal.
Yes, he has a little one.
I think that one might be a keeper too, no? Nah.
Pretty.
Nice. Got stuck? All right, got a little bit of a mess, but that's all right, we'll take it. All right, Steve, so the most common question I get about a fish finder is, after you pass over a fish, they want to know where that fish is, and it's kind of hard to describe. You got to keep in mind that after you mark a fish, anything that's in the history is just a picture of what you passed over. The scroll speed has nothing to do with where those fish are. Imagine if all the fish are on the screen, you take a screenshot, and now that screenshot just moves over to the left and out of your way. That's what your history is. It has nothing to do with where the fish are. It's just a moment in time. So everything that's in the A-scope here is directly under the boat now. Once it's past that A-scope, this is just a history. It's just a picture of what happened. That does not help us at all finding the fish. The quickest way and easiest way to find out exactly where those fish are, look at this, a boat coming in between both of us. The easiest way to find those fish is touch the screen. You just touch the screen here on those marks. That fish is 107, that mark is 112, 117, see it's getting further and further away from us. But now we know where that mark was. Doesn't help a whole lot because that fish is swimming. You know, we don't know where that fish is, but we're using it to find isolated schools. That was a school of white bass right there. But if you want to set a waypoint on it, you can just touch it, hit your check mark, waypoint that cursor, and now we have a mark on it. Come over to our chart, and there it is. That's that waypoint right there. But for those of you asking, you know, after the fish passes under the boat, where the heck is it? Well, our transducer is looking down. It was under the boat. It was the depth it says when it passes through the A-scope. After we leave it, the fish could swim completely different, in a different spot, different speed, could be gone. We could scare it away, who knows? But for a good guesstimation, just touch it on the screen. Look down here in the bottom left, 312 foot, and it gives you an idea of how far away from you are. If you want to put a waypoint on that, just go ahead and do your check, waypoint, and now we go to our chart. You're going to go ahead and see that waypoint right there. And these machines are tied together. If you have your machines networked, you can set a waypoint on one and it'll set it on all the other ones that are networked. But that's basically my advice if you want to know where those fish are. Here's an osprey. Wow. We need a cut bait fish right here. We need to anchor up. Look at that, Steve. Holy cow. I need to set a waypoint on that. All right, so normally what I would do if I was out here and had enough time to have bait and stuff, those fish are right along those points, and the school's sitting right there every time. Sun's starting to go down. I would absolutely beach the boat right there, beach or anchor, and cut bait right there, because those fish are right on that contour. They aren't some deeper fish too, and they're going to move up as the sun goes down. They'll start to move up more and more shallow on most lakes anyway. I have not done that here, but that is like my knee-jerk reaction when I see that. They're not moving, they're sitting there. They're going to move only shallower. Double anchor or beach the boat, put out your cut bait, cut herring if you can find it.
There's no herring in this one.
No herring here?
No herring in this lake.
All right, cut shad, or you could bring, I guess, your
red bands or your lizards. Hey guys, so me and Mike were talking after we made this video that we really didn't go over the lead core setups that we were using very well. So the way the lead core is, it is the lead core line, which is a braided hollow braid that has a lead center attached to a monofilament leader is what I use. The way I connect this leader is you take the lead out, you run the mono inside of the hollow braid, and then just do a regular square knot. That'll hold anything you ever want to hold. The other trick to this lead core is that it changes colors. Let me see if I can let you see that really well. But it changes colors every 10 yards or 30 feet. And depending on the weight lead core and the speed, weight of your rig, something you'll have to kind of play with and learn yourself. But that's how you tell how far out it is, and that's what decides how deep your bait runs. In our particular case, we were running about 3.3, and we were doing about 4 feet per color in the water.
Alright guys, I'm getting ready to do a video. I wanted to show everything we do from start to finish, how we get bait, how we prepare, and everything else. This is a lake, southeastern lake. This is Lake Gaston. Not really known for great striper fishing right now. Back in the 80s it was a pretty incredible lake. And there are still some big fish up in the river systems and stuff up in here, but overall it's not a great striper lake. You can get some good numbers sometimes, but a lot of these fish are in the 12 to 14, 16 inch range. So I thought it was a good lake to do it. I haven't fished this lake for striped bass in a lot of years. Only time I'm really fishing here is catfish, and even that's not very much. But I figure let's do it all. Let's start from the beginning. There's several ways to get bait on this lake. This lake is a little trickier to get bait during the day. So say on Kerr Lake or any of these lakes in the south, you can go in the back of a creek usually, and you'll see the gizzard shad popping and flipping. You can throw your net and get some. It's trickier here. This is more of a river type lake, not a whole lot of creeks. There's some on the lower end, but it can be tricky to get bait during the day. So I'm going to show you a few ways how we do it, and we'll take you through the day and see what we catch. All right, real quick, let's look at our rigs, our rods here. We're going to have 8 of these rods. I only have 4 here now, but we got a rig and 4 more up. So here we go. These are going to be for our planers and our floats. That's all we're going to be pulling, because we're going to be in a river system that is shallow, less than 18 feet of water, but as shallow as 10 foot. Smaller baits. This is that owner hook, that Mutu, M-U-T-U, owner circle. I love the straight shank on this, but no bent eye, straight eye. It's a 2-aught, 15-pound test fluoro leader. You can use mono if you like. 1 to 2 glass beads, and our main line here is 30. The reason it's 30 is because we use these for everything. I use them for cut bait in saltwater. We'll catch 50-pound fish on eels in saltwater with these, and I'll catch 3-pound stripers on downlines in Georgia. So we get it all done with 30-pound. If we need to change our leaders, which we constantly do, that's what we do. We're going to be using planer boards and floats. I like these boards. They're not huge, they're not super heavy, yet you can still pull some decent sized baits with them. Zach Royce, these are the Zach Royce boards. Good friend of mine, great kid. And we're going to use Ready Rig TOS planer floats and the straight floats. So we're going to have a couple of those out there, Ready Rigs and the regular Ready Rig as well. So the idea is, our planer boards are going to be out here to the side of the boat. And coming back, we have our Ready Rig planer float right there, kind of off in the corner. We'll have 2 of those, and then we'll have 1 straight one right in the middle in the back. And it's good, it just keeps our lines nice and separate. And really nice. It's a nice little spread. It's a shallow river, not a lot of room for a lot of boats. We may only be able to put 1 or 2 boards on each side, probably at least 2 on each side. And if we can add more, we do. I usually don't do down lines because it's only 10, 12 feet of water on the side of the boat sometimes. We want the boards up on the bank. That's where those striped bass are. Once we get ready to set out our boards and floats, we have to use our trolling motor to pull us along. I use the Motor Guide XI5, fantastic trolling motor, compass steer in it, and it's reliable. Incredibly reliable. I never have to worry about it. That's why I love it. If you have a Minn Coder, that'll work too. And what we do is use our remote here, and I'll deploy that trolling motor. Deploy the trolling motor, and then we'll pull the boat around anywhere from 0.2 of a mile an hour up to 1.5 miles an hour, depending on current, wind, and what's happening up there. So just set the compass steer to hold us on a heading. We let our boards out, try to keep our baits close to the bank if we can, and get a good spread. In summertime, about an hour before dark, these fish will be up on the surface sucking off the top. Pretty easy to find if it's glassy out. You'll just see them little tiny mouths just sucking on the top, eating up stuff off the top. A lot of times these are small baits, but sometimes they're decent. In this particular lake, sometimes we can get 5, 6 inch baits behaving like yearlings on top. Usually it's the yearlings that are on top. But we're gonna see if we can get some decent ones by doing that. So we're just looking for them sucking on top. We're gonna throw the net on, pretty easy. 3/8 mesh net, pretty small. See what we can get. Stop right here. You see them right there? All right, circle around, John, and come back right in with the wind at our back. We got a pretty big group right here.
you can hear them feeding. Let it sink. Some of those big ones are at the bottom. All right, these are yearlings. Way too small. What we're gonna do is real quick just pick the big ones. None of these are really big, huh?
Not really.
There are a few that look decent. Some thread fins and some gizzards in here. This is a Christmas tree. I like Christmas trees. All right, I don't do a whole lot with our bait. This water temperature is 85 degrees, so we're gonna put some ice on here for tonight. These aren't terribly big baits, a lot smaller than I'd like, of course, but we're still gonna take care of them, right? So what we're gonna do is, I just add salt and ice. You can see what's missing out of this tub. That's what I dumped in here. Probably add a little more. If these were bigger baits, I put a little bit more. About 2 solo cups. I do about 2 solo cups per 25 gallons. So maybe for 20 gallons. So anywhere from 4 to 6 solo cups of ice I would dump in here. This is just regular pool salt. And we are gonna ice this thing down. So I wanna get it from 85 to 75. So nice and gentle. This is well water salt. I'm sorry. This is well water ice. I know some people are worried about having chlorine in their ice, but I've used ice that I bought at gas stations for years and years and years, and I've never really had a problem with chlorine in it, so I don't know. You read the bag, it doesn't say if there's chlorine in it, but if you know if there's chlorine there, put it in the comments for me, but I've really had nothing but good luck. So we don't need to get this down to the 50s or anything, but if we can get it from 85 to 75, rates go up. I mean, this bait will be nice and frisky. It'll look just as good as the day we caught it. We're going to use this all weekend. So, okay, that's how you net bait for yearlings on the surface. A few hours, we're going to go to the lights here. When the bait are up under the lights, I'll show you how we get bait there. This fish chunk. Oh yeah, there's a shad popping everywhere in here already. All right, guys, this is our second method of getting bait. Earlier, right before dark, we came out and threw on some yearlings, mostly gizzard shad with some thread fins mixed in, and those are very easy pickings but not very big. The fish on this lake aren't giant. The average, you know, might be 7 or 8 pounds. Sometimes you can get on some good ones. I have some buddies who caught a few over 20 this year up by the dams, but I can't get my boat all the way up in there. But my point is, we don't need gigantic bait. You know, here, 6-7 inch bait would be perfect. We're probably gonna end up with some 5s, maybe 6 inch baits. We have 3 inch baits in there right now, which, you know, I'm not too proud to put a 3 inch bait on a hook if that's all we got, but I think we can improve on that. So if you're going to a lake you've never been to, or you don't know where to get started, find a bridge. Bridge with lights on it. If you have a spotlight or a street light near a bridge, great place to get started. Chances are, if you hit a few bridges at night, especially if they have lights on them, you're gonna get some kind of good bait. So this is just a bridge back here in the back of this creek. Just a concrete bridge, and there's a spotlight above it. I'm sorry, there's a street light above it. And we had a half moon today, but the moon has been gone for about 4 hours or so, so hopefully the bait is underneath this light. If you have a full moon, it can be really tough because the light is everywhere and the bait isn't attracted to that street light.
Let go. Yeah, right now, shake it. All right.
load the net up, but I gotta get loaded. All right, we just netted some herring here by the bridge, some thread fins and some herring. The surface temperature is 85 degrees. We netted these yearlings last night as backups, small baits. We threw a bunch of ice in here and got it down to 75, and it's probably crept up a little bit, but not much. So we're gonna throw some more ice in here. And the salt I put in earlier is probably enough. Everyone likes to kind of figure out how much ice and ask me how much ice and what temperature do you need. Anything cooler than what you're starting with is good. I don't think I need to get 85 degree baits down to 50 degrees or anything like that. And even if you did, you'd shock the baits. Once they get used to that, you hook them and throw them in the warm water. So if it's 85, if I can get down to 75, that's great. If I'm gonna keep these for like 2 or 3 days or something like that, I'd get it a bit cooler and do a couple of water changes. But I won't change this water in a 12-hour period, and I'll just keep it cool. You know, if I feel that it's getting a little warm, or you know, just kind of have that sense that it's warm and needs more, I'll just dump more ice as the day goes on. I do keep a cheap thermometer in here. The surface was 75 when I started. Right now it's right at 70, which is excellent. So if it was 85 to start with, got it down to 75, and now we're that low. That's pretty good. Matter of fact, I probably don't need any more ice. I'll throw one more bucket full to get a little bit low, and I probably won't have to worry about it the rest of the day. All right, so you got your radar on? Yes, sir. All right, so let's work on our night vision. So let's start turning off the lights in the boat. Shad on top.
Troy, you see that?
Look at that. I flipped that light on and all this bait started popping. Huh. Wonder how big it is. Wow. Ooh, that was a good sized shad up there. Big gizzard just popped. Little net. I just saw this dock over here. Lots of bait in the area. It's about 18, 19 feet deep, which for this lake is quite deep. See if we can throw in this light. See decent bait on it. Idle me up there, John. That's a small net. Don't try getting the big one out just for a little chuck. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it the striper suit method. Great net, medium size. Cracking net now. That's so springy. All right, good go.
Yes, sir. Hornet.
Nice steer to the right slightly. How deep are we?
16.
Still?
Yes, sir.
All right, reverse. Neutral. So tiny. Oh my goodness, this is what we needed. Look at the size of those herring. Woohoo! Open that lid. Quick. All right. That is a whole nother ball game right there. Look up. With a little net too. I'm gonna throw the big net once on this. Step back. I know. You guys used to using giant skipjack and trout for bait and all that big stuff, and I've done it all too, but you guys are used to that. We're laughing at this, but in this situation, that's primo bait. It's
because it's 16 foot deep at the end of that dock right there. The water's cooler up here. The guy's got just enough light on his boat sitting there. Bring him in. Getting old. Look at that herring right there. Come over here. This year we're going to go in the mouth and out the top. It's a small hook because these baits are small. The fish are kind of small. So. Alright guys, if fish hits and starts screaming, just pick it up and crank. Don't yank, but get to it quick. I don't want to see any of this. No, I got the last one, you get this. None of that. Grab the rod. Okay? While you're doing that, it's gone. It's off. Now if I just yell, before you get to it, if I say crank, it just means crank with it in the rod holder. I might just say crank, crank, crank first. And there's some really sweet herring in here. I haven't netted this many good sized herring like this in this lake in a long time. Alright, coming through. Can't wait. Okay, I'll get this in the water quick. Getting in the mouth out the top. And the reason I do that is because I have found that they get less foul hook that way. Because if you go through the nostrils, I would have to use one of those little bait buttons sliding up the line and rehooking the hook point back into the bait's head. And miss a strike. On the floats, I tend to let a lot more line out behind them. We're not going to run over the jug line, are we, John, up front? Alright, these are the TOS floats. Just put them on the line.
There is one to our right now.
Okay. And I grab the line coming from the rod tip. I put a little twist in it. And I grab the loop of the twist. I don't grab it like this. I grab it so the loop is in the release. When the fish pulls, it just pulls that little twist out. The float pops off every time. So you don't have to worry about the float getting stuck, especially on smaller fish. Alright, John, pay that one out. Okay. I think we're okay. Rocks in this area. We're about 15 feet behind the board on this one. Mix it up. Don't be afraid to mix it up. Especially when you're getting started for the day. Look at the fish finder right there. Screen on the right. Water quick. I vary the distance behind the boards. This one right here, I don't know, I'm about 10 foot behind the board. This river is shallow. It's only 18 feet where we are right now. 13 feet where we are right now. So sometimes I'll just do a couple feet behind the board, just 2 or 3. When the bass or stripers are hungry, they're attracted to the board sometimes. Not all the time, but when they're aggressive, anything on the surface. Just came across some nice marks there. Catfish, small stripers. You see the shape of the fish on that one.
Fish on.
Huh. Nah, just grab him. Nice little striper. Good job, bud. Good job.
Hold on, don't rip another water, don't rip another water. All right, now lift him in quick. Step back, side, step back, side. Good job, bud.
The way Lake Gaston has it, Kerr is the same. A lot of these lakes. In the summertime, they want you to keep your first 4 fish per person, because if you let them go in the summertime, there's a good chance they're going to die. Doesn't mean they're going to die, but there's a good chance you let them back into 85-degree water, they'll die. I still do catch and release, but I won't go past my creel limit, even though I didn't catch anything. So we have, say I'm fishing by myself, I catch and release 4 fish, I'm done for the day. Even though I let them go, I'm going to count that because they may die. So, you know, you don't have to. You can go catch and release and catch 100 if you really want to. But I choose not to. And yeah, you know, summertime ice fish die. The best thing to do is move on to a different species, or you know, call it an early day. But this one was hooked in the gut. We pulled the stomach out, so we're going to go ahead and make fish tacos out of this guy. Good job, Ty.
I got the rest.
Good job, buddy.
Alright, come here. Keep cranking, keep cranking, keep cranking. Don't get your ass to this. Keep cranking. Good. Keep your rod high, Ty.
Yeah, you gotta tighten it a touch more. Nothing's coming in.
Okay. Tighten it a little bit.
There you go. You're recording? Good one, Ty. Uh-oh, I caught a full noodle with a... What a pool noodle. Tyler, you're gonna need the pump to get that fish in. So you have to crank down, crank, and now pull up. Stop cranking, pull up, and then crank down. Just do it a little smoother. Attaboy. Put the rod on your other arm. There you go. That's it. That's it. Pump and take, pump and take. Try to put them right here on this side for you.
Ooh, it's a nice one.
That's a good striper, man. Get the rod out some. Out. That's a crank, crank, crank. That's a really good striper for this lake. Not huge, but I tell you what, for here, that's a solid fish, buddy. Good job, man. So you can see that little circle hook, man, that little owner. Mudu. I like that straight eye on these. So that was on a big herring, one of those nice big herring. Not huge fish in here, but for this lake, that's a good quality fish. All right, Ty, take a picture. Take a picture and we'll let him go real quick. All right, we're in the river here. You can see it's not very big. And just at the top of one of these lakes. But you can see these are fish hanging off the bottom. There's no current right now, so they can pretty much swim everywhere in the water column. There's a good mark there. There's a really nice mark just a few minutes ago. That was directly under the boat. So that's why we're doing boards up here, because with our boards and floats, we can fish shallow. We can fish 2 feet of water, you know. We can spread them out, put just a few feet behind the baits. I mean, put the baits a few feet behind the boards of your floats. We have no weight at all on any of these. Just a plastic bead, a glass bead, maybe a couple glass beads on some of them to get that little rattle sound. But in summertime, you know, a lot of the southern lakes, you would be, if you weren't in a river, you'd be chasing deeper fish and fishing downline straight down, or, you know, troll artificials deeper, or jig on them. But if you have a lake that has a river system like this that you can get up behind a higher lake that's letting cold water out, it's a really good place to start in the summertime. So right now this water is coming out below Kerr Lake. So Kerr Lake is way up there, 100 100 feet or so. So all this water comes out of Carr Lake 80-90 feet down, something like that. I'm not sure exactly, but all that water is very cold. The only problem is there's no oxygen in that, no dissolved oxygen. So fish come up looking for the cold water because the lake is in the upper 80s, but they can get trapped in areas that does not have enough oxygen for them. So we're trying to find that happy medium, you know, that cooler water that they're happy in, but also have enough oxygen for them in the bait. We saw bait popping up this whole way, so if there's bait popping up in here, it's probably comfortable for the striped bass. Give it a second and then we'll check it. There's some, 3 good marks right there. Yeah, when the current's running really strong, these fish will be all the way down in the bottom, but with no current, they can go anywhere they want. Ooh, fish on, keep cranking. Nice, John. Reel this front one in. Catch that fish, Troy. Catch that fish, Troy. Draw up high. There you go, Troy. Tyler, keep doing what you're doing. Attaboy. Striper, Troy. Is this your first striper?
Yep.
Tyler, run to the front with that board. Run to the bow, buddy.
I'm no professional.
All right, these are 2 of the baits that we caught. This is a gizzard shad here. This is a thread fin. The herring were much larger. You saw those earlier. You'll see they both have that little thread fin on the dorsal, so that's not the way to tell them. If you look at the mouth, see how blunt that top nose is? And this mouth here is a little closer to the mouth of a herring. Also the yellow tail, this little bit of purple that you kind of see through there, and the dot is not nearly as pronounced usually, and when it is, it's closer to the gill plate and up high, where this is a little further away from the gill and it's a little darker. But you can see that yellow fin in the mouth like a herring. Big difference. That's really the best way to tell. All right, I'm gonna take a minute and show you our rig here. This is a 2/0 owner hook. This is a circle. I like the ones with the straight eye. MUTU is the model number. The demon circles are nice. Owner, really good hooks. I really like them. That straight eye is important. All right, we have 3, 4 feet. This is fluorocarbon. It's 15-pound test. This water is not terribly clear. You don't need fluorocarbon in water like this necessarily, but I like to go ahead and use it on everything. You never know, right? Now my main line is 30-pound test. That's because we use these rods and reels for everything. So we'll troll with them, we'll use cut bait, we'll fish in salt water where there's fish this big, and we'll use them in lakes where there's fish this big. Basically we change our leader depending on the fish we're going for. So if we're using small baits, we'll go with lighter line if we can get away with it. If we're in cover or tight to, you know, structured, we have to go a little heavier. But here there wasn't much structure, rocks in some area, but these fish are pretty much coming to the top when they're hooked up, and there's nothing really solid on the bottom except for a few little areas. So we only went with 15-pound test. If you go with 15-pound test, it's nice and light. The baits look much more natural, smaller diameter, a little less apt to scare the fish away. So 15-pound test was good for this. It's really good for freshwater stuff, a lot of freshwater stuff. Like I said, unless you're on the bottom over structure, 15, 12-pound test is nice. This is our 30-pound main line. You'll see a glass bead. These baits were small, so I only went to 1 glass bead. If we have big baits where they can really pull and really put some action on the line, I like to go with 2 or 3 glass beads because they'll rattle and knock together. Plus the bead is good because when you're using your board or your float, when you trigger the board, it slides down, it stops here. It doesn't go over your swivel and go all the way down to your fish. And it's also really nice when you're pulling boards, anything really, to have a lighter leader than your main line, because if you snag up, you'll break your leader and you won't break your main line and your board won't float away on you. So these are our reels. These are the Accurate 400s for freshwater, especially for small fish like this. These are way overkill, of course. Like I said, we use these for everything. But an Abu 6500 or the Accurate Fury is a great freshwater reel. Striped bass. Great for saltwater too. But. And we just had our floats and boards, and hope this video helps a few of you out. Please subscribe, I'll be your best friend. Stay safe on the water, leave a few for me. Go fishing, man. It's a nice day. Yeah! Yeah, you got. Yeah.
I did actually.
I'm gonna bend these barbs down.
Yeah.
All right, I'm bending the barbs down, guys. So that means if you drop the rod, you listen to me, guys?
Yes, sir.
I'm bending these barbs down. So that means if you drop the rod tip while you're fighting, if you allow any slack at all, he's coming off. So keep your lines tight. All right. All right, Trey, let's see your rig here. All right, so we got herring, barbless hook. We bend the barb down so you can see that we have to hook the baits a little deeper into the head, otherwise they'll come right off. Now your regular old 3-4 foot leader, 1 ounce weight. That's it. We're an 18 foot, and she's just gonna let out about 19 foot of line. That's it. You just want to be straight up and down on these fish with this weight drifting. This is for numbers. If you want to get a big female, you're better off going up into a cut, something like that, and where you're a little out of the current, put a big chunk on the bottom. You used to be able to catch the river herring up in here and use the big river herring for bait, but they're protected now. I can't use the river herring. I'm not sure if they're still protected, but I think they are. But I know you can't use them for bait. You can't catch them out of here, so we had to catch our own bait. These are just herring, alewives, and some bluebacks. We netted out of the lake. Now you can see the traffic. If you come here, be prepared to share the river. Okay, a lot of people are asking if I use my live wells here in freshwater, and I do. These are herring. I picked these up at a lake that was about, I don't know, about 3 hours away, and I just set it to recirculate the blue valve and on the road, because we trailered it here 3 hours. Half of them back there and half of them over here. They did well on the highway. She is hooked up. She's a freak. She's a freak. These are very, very healthy, very wild, very strong fish. Barbless hook.
Hey, sweetheart. We're gonna let you go.
Is that for you, Trey? 5?
Yes, that's 5.
Got me. Kristen. Oh yeah, she's a monster. Nice.
Here, baby.
Just bring the rod tip to me. Rod tip high.
Bye, baby.
See ya. Tripled up. Tripled up. It's a triple. Triple.
Oh, I think I'm in Malcolm.
Triple, double, no. Double.
You are. Thanks.
Double. Double. All right, guys, we're out here on a river. I really don't want to tell you exactly where we are because it's pretty dangerous where we are. There's lots of boulders, big rock walls. There's spots where there's big boulders just a few feet under the surface. And depending on if they let a lot of water out, they could be just an inch under the surface or just barely peeking up. So I'd rather not say exactly where I am, but I'm on the Roanoke River. The river runs all the way out to the sound, out to the ocean. It's a very windy, zigzaggy type river. Probably over 100 miles if you run the river by a boat. So you can catch these stripers the entire stretch of this river. But be very careful. If you've never been there before for the first time, go with someone who has. Go with a guide. You can tear your lower unit clean off. I used to guide here a little over 20 years ago, so I know it pretty well. Even I had an accident. So definitely go with someone experienced for your first time if you're going to do this. But this could be some amazing fishing. All these striped bass come up here to spawn from the ocean. Lots of bucks, lots of males up in here. And we're hoping to get the big females that come up in here as well, but I mean, there's probably 1,000 males for every big female. It's really something else how many fish come up in here. It's pretty cool. And you'll see stuff like that all the time. This isn't tournament fishing by any means. You know, we can catch 100 fish in a couple hours with 4 guys with lines in the water, so I'm not in any hurry. We drip the river. You can anchor up in chunk. Probably your bigger fish are gonna come on a chunk on the bottom if you anchor up. Your numbers are gonna come drifting. You'll wanna go with a guide. A great guide is a Ponytail Guide Service. Great friend of mine, look him up. He's been doing this for years and years and years. Ponytail Guide Service, Rod Thomas. He knows his stuff. He knows this river very, very well. Better than almost anyone. Oh, she got a biter. Patience, patience. Yeah, she feeds the fish. She feels it working. She'll let the rod tip go down to the water. Remember, with that braid, they feel you just as well as you feel them. All right? Chasing the bait, chasing the bait. She'll let it take the rod tip down. It's feeding the fish. Patience. Buttoned up.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Pretty fish, huh? Those bucks. All right. Buttoned up. We're catching them the whole stretch now. We were catching them just in that one spot. Good job. Crank him, Jonathan. Crank him. Oh, crank him in, boy. Crank him in. Crank him in. Hurry up, we're coming to the rocks.
Hurry up.
Reel him in, Jonathan. Crank him in. Crank. 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 Stop pulling. Stop pulling and just crank. Crank.
Keep doing it.
Keep cranking.
Don't stop working. But it's slow down. Just keep doing
cranking.
it.
Keep cranking.
Keep going.
Pull this way. You gotta pull the opposite way he's pulling you. That's it. Now crank. Michael, don't drop yours yet.
I love that drag.
Got it. Oh. Watch your rod, Dad. You went right in your... Pull up.
Pull up. Oh.
Some zucchini here. Swing it to me. All right, you can see with these heavier leaders, the circle hook, you can just go ahead and lift them right in. If you can keep the fish from flopping on the deck, that's the best for the fish. It's hooked in the jaw. I just don't want to hook myself. Okay. If he's hooked in the jaw, you see it hooked in the jaw and you have a heavy leader, you just lift these little fish in. If he's got hooked, don't lift them, of course. She's hooked up.
Oh, she got a lot.
Lago Grande, yes you do.
You get another catfish, you get a whole fish.
That's right. What is it?
Striper.
I think it's called catfish. Can he do it? Set the timer. Set the timer for Malcolm. Cool. Send her back, Malcolm. Good job. Had one on, Kyle?
I did. I lost it.
Oh, there's one, John. There he is. I saw him come up. There he is. Fatty. I got him. Unless you want to do it.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay, go for it.
So,
Nope, yeah. That's it. Perfect. Swim the fish with your...
Tracy got another one.
Tracy's buttoned up. There's number 10. Man, still the biggest ones were the first few fish. Nice. Cool. Turn her loose. Good.
Why do we have to grind the blurbs off?
It's just a rule here because there's so many fish being caught. It's just much easier on the fish. You unhook them quicker, get them back in the water fast. In case they do break off or get hooked in the stomach. She's buttoned up. She ain't even saying nothing. Don't reel against the drag now. You still gotta pump and take. That's it. Still gotta pump and take. Lock that camera. Oh, the camera. What happened to the camera? Camera malfunction. All right, although you saw me net a few fish earlier, if you go with a heavier leader, at least a 20-pound leader, you can just grab the leader and pop them right up. Even though this hook is barbless, or the barbs are bent down, these circle hooks really do grab and hold on. It's crazy. Just make sure if you're out here, you bend your barbs down really good. Anytime you're catching spawning fish. Okay. You underestimate the massive amount of Malcolm's. Whoa! Very good.
Oh, you gotta get a chunker, Kyle.
You did.
Yeah, big.
The chunker.
It's a.
Oh, I want my bait back.
Yeah, that was a nice, big, beautiful herring. Tree.
That's a fish.
Hooked up. Kyle's hooked up to the tree. Is it good? It's a good fish though, Kyle. There's a fish sitting in that tree. Fish sitting right. Where you going? Get up here to the. Don't let the line hit. You go too far, the line hits the boat, breaks off. All right. Well, how many is that for you, Kyle?
That would be 5? 5.
Uh-oh. Tracy's got 12?
This will be if I can get it in the boat.
These things are just so freaking strong.
Oh, hello there.
Okay, fish got it right in the top lip. Nice heavy leader. Just gonna go ahead and lift it in. Barbless hook. Pretty. Touch. Just drop her head first. Need a bait, Kyle? There you go, there's one in there, there's two in there, take your pick. All right, Trey. Swing it. What you got there, Kyle?
I got an anchor. Cool.
Good job, Kyle. Visualize and attack. Good job, Kyle. Send her back. Kyle got himself one. Nice. Hey, a little guy.
My bait.
In and out. Oh, she's hooked up. Oh.
You want me to do that?
Yeah.
No!
That's a good one.
You thief.
Yep, I was just about to say, when someone misses a fish, you guys better be ready because you know it's not alone. Malcolm, check your bait and get it back down there.
Come here, baby girl.
Yep, she hooked up again.
Mike's helping her cheat.
She don't need any help.
There she is. You want her over there?
Yep. Once you get the touchdown and they know exactly where to set the bait, it's just deadly.
He didn't swallow it, did he?
No.
We have a Jaws style.
That's impressive.
Yeah, what do you want me to do with the fish on?
Oh, Malcolm got one.
He's buttoned up! He's buttoned up! Reel yours in. Oh my goodness, Malcolm is hooked up. Could it be?
Once.
Could it be?
Could it?
He's done it. See, you were adjusting it, right? You let more out. It's a good one too. Good one.
Look for half a fish.
All right.
Pretty good one.
Straight up and down. It's a log? Yeah, it's a log. Lago Grande.
How big of a log?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Lago Grande. Yeah, Mike is fishing, so you know it's windy. I only go unless it's blowing 50. Whoa! Kyle's hooked up. Look at the wide stance on Kyle. Kyle ain't playing no games. Look at that.
That spooked me.
Kyle plays no games. Are you catching up to Trey?
This would make 11.
Trey, where are you at?
She's at 15.
I'm right here, she says.
All right. Somebody get a net up here, Zach?
Look at that fish. Under here in the gold net. Got the trailer hook. Nice. It's a little crazy. You don't have the cameras all set up. Crank that baby in there, boy. Let's see him. We're using some big baits. Oh yeah, got some weight. I don't think a fish knew it was hooked till he got here. Loosen that drag just a touch. Yeah, when I get close to the boat, I like to loosen it just in case. We must have went through a school of them because board on each side got slammed. We don't need a net here. We got something. I don't know what he's got. Yeah, but it's big. It's large. Ah, a little stinger hook got him sideways. That's all. A pair of 9-pounders or so. Nice. Set them back. Yeah, the boat's moving forward. Just hold them straight. We'll be good to go. Nice. Good job, man. Pound my potato. Good job, man. Nice. Good way to start. Almost got 6 lines out. All right, we're out here in the middle here, and there's a hump that I've always tried to put the baits right on. And we just came across it. We kind of got lucky. So I'm going to touch the hump right there, and I can go ahead and I can hit menu and new waypoint, and I can name it hump right here. So next time we come out, I won't have to look for it. Enter. There it is right there. Save, clear cursor. Now when I go to my chart page, it'll always be there. Clear cursor. There she is, hump. I don't have a chart card in here now. I'm gonna go ahead and chart options, Insight, which is the one that's built in the NSS Evo 2, Look how nice that is. That's Insight. That came built in the unit, that chart. There's our hump.
Oh, up top, there, nice. Still on? Yep.
This is the SR6, accurate SR6. It's the first fish we caught on it. We just got it. It's on a 1978 ugly stick. Big water. Using really big gizzard shad for bait. He's way out there yet. He's less than huge, but as you can see, we're marking some fish. Some bait.
Blew up on that.
Yep, blew up right behind it, didn't it? Sure did. Yeah. He's less than monstrous, but this is a good stretch of water right here. We'll get into him. Probably about a 5-pounder. He hit that big bait though, didn't he? He did. Yeah, it's about a 5-pound fish.
Might be 6.
A little bigger. 7 pounds. He took so much drag when he first hit, he wore himself out, didn't he? That's about 7 pounds. Nothing to shake an ugly stick at. About 6 pounds or so. Got a 340-pound dude holding it. It's really a 22-pounder. Good job, brother. SR6. He's out there too. That drag all right? Not too tight. 30-pound braid. Accurate SR6. We're pulling live baits back in the creeks. Freshwater striped bass. Big old gizzard shad. Big 8-inch gizzard shad. It's that old 1978 ugly stick. Doesn't want to bend, does it? This is a hot rod today. Whoop. Oh yeah. Oh, you see how long that fish was? You saw how long it was,
Man,
right?
yeah.
You have polarized glasses?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a bilge pump coming on. That was a long fish.
Fish all out, my goodness. Wow. That's what we want there, buddy. Nice.
How do I bring it in without... Oh, you're fine, you're fine. That's all, just a little bit. That's good right where it is. I just wanted it out of his way, so. Nice. Man, they're hitting these big baits with authority. It's on tape.
Hello?
I'll let you get the net there, buddy. That thing was peel and drag like it was its job. Woo.
It's a hog. Nice one.
Looking better. I'll tell you what, that is a young fish. If you think these fish aren't healthy on this lake, look at the cut on that fish. That fish is probably supposed to weigh 7 pounds, and I bet you it weighs 11.
Yeah. Right in the corner of the mouth.
That was yeah, one hook, no trailer hook.
There's another triple hook in there. Or no, it's
Show her to me. Damn, look at the belly on that. Healthy, man. Nice. Beautiful. It's a big fat male. Got some milk coming out. Good job, man. Nice.
Sometimes free, I'll always be. Never found the reason right. Sometimes me, I'll always be. Never thought to question why. Never thought I'd see the springtime. Wandering round like I was dying. Never sought to see the blind eyes. No, no, no. I never bought into my crying. Oh, and I know this freedom, I know, yeah. Never thought the reason right. Oh, and I know it.
Nate, what have you done? I'll go ahead and click that for you. That's it. Keep his head in the water. John, when you keep the net in the water, hit his head, John. Get that fish. Get that fish. Get that. Good job.
Third time.
Did that with the first one, too. That's a 10-pound fish, Nate. Nate, for the first time ever striper fishing, you've had 2 fish up to the boat and caught them both, and both just fell right off the hook. Good job, Nate. First time ever striper fishing. Good job. Gotta thank Captain Greg.
Yes, sir.
We're out here summertime, and it's limit 4 per person a Carlite, and you're supposed to keep your first 4 because of the heat. These fish will die usually when you let them go, so we're going to keep our first 4. We'll throw that one in a box and we'll make sure it gets eaten. Good job. Can you help with that, Sam? Chris, can you net that for him? Hey, Nate, come up here. Nate, come catch this one. Oh, there's a screamer here, buddy. You got it?
Call them on off. Keep moving it right here.
We're hooked up all around though.
Drop them to the bottom. Big fish. Mike, show me a bait.
Yes, sir.
Oh, get down in the water. Keep his head in the water. Lord.
Keep his head in the water. There's that net there. Keep his head in the water, Nate. Keep his head in the water. Bring his head to me, Nate. Oh, you want to see something? Where's the hook? Where's the camera? Boink! Good job, man. Crank down to it. Crank down. Now pull up. Now pull up. That's it. I'm gonna let you come on back. Walk on back. Hey, walk on. You got another hoss. Come on back. Jump up here. You can jump up. Take this rod, John. Don't pull up nice and easy. Remember how lightly that fish was hooked before, Nate? Picture this one's hooked the same way, just barely hooked. That's it, nice. Just keep the line tight and keep his head in the water. Oh, he's doubled up though. No, we passed over them. They're on the history though. Just pull them right to him. Just you pull it to him is what's going to happen. Get that one up. Scoop him up. We got fish sticks, baby. Fish sticks. Oh, we're on them now. They're on the bottom. All right, guys. I want to take a second and show you the rig we're using. This is a 2-watt owner hook. M-U-T-U. I don't know how you say that, but it's a owner 2-watt circle hook with 5 foot, maybe a little longer, 25-pound fluorocarbon to a small barrel swivel with 2 beads. These are 2 glass beads. Always use glass. I know they're expensive, but the glass makes that nice clicking sound. With eels, I'll add more 3, 4, 5 so they really click when that eel pulls. Plastic makes almost no sound at all. Now we're using 25-pound fluoro today. You can see it's kind of thick. It's higher than what we need. I would prefer 12, 14-pound maybe, but we ran out, so we're using this 25 today. Weights wise, all we do is we start everything with just beads. And I hate weight. I hate lead. I hate everything about it. It kills the way the bait looks, scares fish. It's just, man, it's a necessary evil. I get it, but I try to use as little as possible. So I'll start with just the beads, and then with down lines, we got to add some weight, right? We're moving, chasing these schools. I'll start by adding split shots. We don't need a slipping weight in this system here, so I'll start adding a few. We ended up with 4 today because we were kind of moving around quicker than normal. You can use your egg sinker if you'd like. You can put a slip sinker on there, but these fish are taking the line down and getting hooked immediately, so they don't need to feel the sliding weight to relieve any pressure, you know, so the clip down weight does fine. And that's it. Really simple. The rod bends down. As long as the rod bends and stays bent, we crank it, set that circle hook in the corner without yanking, and go. You may notice this is offset. Nowadays I really don't use offset personally with me and my guys, but when you have people that are a little less experienced, that offset can save the day once in a while, because if you accidentally yank, you know, get excited and yank, that offset may save you. If it's not offset and you yank, you'll pull that hook clean out. So if you're with guys who are a little green, the offset is probably not a bad idea to go with. You kind of get the best of both worlds a little bit. But if you are with guys that are seasoned vets and really know how to be patient, bend that offset out or buy some non-offset circle hooks. That's it. You bring it to him, Nate, okay? Let me throw a mark here, Greg?
Yeah, you already got it.
All right.
Chris? Come here, Chris. You got Chris dump that fish on the
Largemouth.
largemouth. Come out of there.
Yeah, it's free pull.
Fishing a while ago. Yeah, he's right here. You got him on, Chris? Yep. On the bottom? Yep. I think I got a bait right here that ain't on. Get him in there. I got a bait that it won't touch right here. Careful. You got an injury.
Let me throw a mark here, Greg?
Right there. I'm getting a damn reel right here to release. I had the shell out of me right here. Just on the bottom, I couldn't get a bait to it. I ain't got a bait on it. You know what to catch fish without a bait on the rod.
Make that corner just a shot off. I'm just making a mental note.
Get that fish right there, Mike.
Hey, Nate.
There you go. Mike, hold on. He's dragging that. Are you beating it? Damn, look at that screen. Give me a bait, Mike. Now. Where's it going? Please give me a bait. Oh,
No hook on this one.
look at that screen. Put that fish beside me, somebody.
Nate, come catch this.
Come here, man.
That's a haul. You got it?
Yep, reel up, check the bait and drop it down.
And Nate's got one. Quick fish, there you go.
Give me a net.
Here.
Go out to the bottom, bud.
Don, just drop it right.
Hold on. I'm working on it, bud. I'm working on it.
What do you need, Blake? Don?
You said reel this thing?
Yep, reel up, check the bait and drop it down. Talk to it, Don. Talk to it, Blake. Talk to it, John. Drop the line and drop the crank.
Don't drop your bait to the bottom, boy. I have folks on here. There you go, John. Matt?
You help with that, Frankie? I mean, Chris, you know that for him? Hey, Nate, come up here. Nate, come up here.
Hold them on. We're hooked up all around though. Dropping over to the bottom, like.
Oh, Mr. Greg is hooked up. Come on, Nate. Nate, hook right there.
What you got?
It's a linebacker.
A stick fish. Mike, chuck me a bait. Right there.
Oh, get that one in the water. Keep his head in the water. Lord. Keep his head in the water. Get that net there. There's another one in it. Keep his head in the water, Nate. Good fish, Nate. You win the prize.
Don't even hear.
You ready, John? Hold on 1 second, Greg.
What y'all doing?
They still here.
What y'all doing? Alright, I cut it off. Go away.
Alright, here's a great example. I was running at about 35 miles an hour. I just saw the noise. See a white, but it's all blue. I don't see anything solid. And then I get these marks. 1, 2, I call them light bulbs. Good color, good color, good color. I drop off a plane, and there they are. That's what they look like when we're on top of them. Everyone is seeing that. But that's all we're looking for right there when we're running on plane. You see all that noise and all of a sudden random marks with color. Striped bass, and they're just very picky right now. They don't want to touch the bait. Look at that. Real quick, Trey, as quick as you can, get it to the bottom. There he is. Here. Drop that rod. Drop it to the floor. Reel. There we go. She's buttoned up again. On which reel? Custom SR6. Nice. And the screen is lit up with stripers. Steve, catch a fish, baby. Look at that. Look at that. You got one, Steve?
Yeah.
Look at that screen.
Yeah. I just...
Alright, we're running at speed. You can see how clear this is. Okay. I have a lot of noise because I have the gain up. But as soon as I saw this, where we're getting all this color in here versus this, I knew these were fish I was marking. So I came off a plane. They're small. I went from probably 30 miles an hour down to idle speed. Again, you can see how it's all white, only blue, and then bam, I saw this red in here. I knew that was bigger fish, and here they are. You're not going to mark, fish won't look like that at 35 miles an hour, so. Just got to know what to look for. You got to play with the machine a little bit. There's another good mark. on back. Come on back. Come on back. Get the belt. Crank down. That's it. Pull it. I'm bring them a little quicker. Crank down. Crank down. Don't let the line go slack now. That's it. Crank down. I knew that sucker hit it. Came up. Hit it again. Came up and hit it again. It's gigantic. I know it. Beautiful clear water, isn't it?
It is. Come on, baby.
I'll take the rod. You want to grab it? Grab the line. You can grab the line. Just lift him right over. Hard. Squeeze hard. Yeah, that's it. Now lift him off the deck and he'll sit still. Nice.
There you go. You got my finger.
Yeah. That's on the back?
Yep.
Warm water, so you want to drop her head first. Just drop her head first. That's it. You want to shoot down to that warm water. Good job. Good job. Pound it. Boom. Good job. Nice. Nice. He's about 40 feet down. Nice. That's a good fish. Yeah. It's the first really thick school that I saw that stayed, you know? Oh, that's what we like. Nice. Nice.
All right, we're finding bait here with the new Simrad NSE and NSS units, and you can see with the side scan, we got a school of bait off to our right, about 10 feet off the side of the boat. You see we just passed under it, and you can see we're starting to mark it with the sonar. Now I know it's off to my right, so instead of just going around in circles, I know exactly where that school of bait is. It's real thick in here. You can see it's starting to come over here on our left, and it's still under the boat. So in freshwater, we come back in these creeks in early spring when we shut the motor off. We use the trolling motor to find the school of bait. It should only take a few minutes, and we'll start fishing. Funny, it's all off to our right. Let's be on that bank must have gotten sun early or something. We are in an area where we found a lot of bait around. Tim, if you look at the screen, we got scattered schools around, but nothing real tight yet. So I put the trolling motor in, and I'll control it over here. Autopilot right here, and we're just gonna drift through here. Maybe I'm a little cocky. I didn't put my rain bibs on. Hopefully I'll need it more than a couple of See some off to our right. See it off to our right, Tim? Yeah, see it all off to our right there? It might not be. Not quite under us though. I want that sonar on the left to be all clouded up. I actually never marked any bait on the sonar. I just got it on the side structure scan. I only saw it on the structure scan, did not see it on the fish finder at all. Take a look at this. Never saw it on my regular sonar, only saw it on the side scan. I never would have known it was there. Pull it down and up. One throw and we're fishing. Thank you, Simrad. Got the bait tank real quick. All right, you can see we filled the bait tank here with some second-year-old gizzard shad. These aren't real big, you know, about 3.5 inches or so. but they're good for this time of year. We're gonna go right through the nose, and we're gonna put it out with one of the Ready Rig floats that I helped them design with the directional float. You can see it's got the fin in it. They have the green for starboard, and they have the orange for port side, and it just has a fin in it. You've seen these before, so we put them out. You can see the orange one out there. Turn up. Orange right out there, and the green will pull way out to the side. All right, we got our spread out. We have 3 boards on each side, and that is a Ready Rig directional float back there in orange. Here's the other one in green. You can see how far apart they're staying, even though these are the rods. The rods are only 8 feet apart, and those floats are, you know, easily 40 foot away from each other, the green and orange. And we have 3 boards on this side. We just caught a small fish on that backboard. So what we do is we take our baits, and we're pulling in these creeks here, and we're just staying close to the bank with our last board on the starboard side, and over all the way on the port side. This one's out here in the creek channel. So we're covering from 30 feet of water all the way up to 2 feet of water, and we get up on these points and everything in between. And that's what you do. You come back in these creeks as the water warms up in spring. That's where the bait is, and that's where the fish are. Excuse me.
Keep pulling them in.
Oh yeah.
Keep pulling them.
Yeah. Don't let the line hit the pump. You gotta drop the rod as you reel. That's it. Now pull it. There you go.
Yay! All right, I can hold them. I'm a real man. How do I do it?
There you go.
Yay! You're not a keeper, but you're cute.
He is very attractive.
Ow, he's biting me.
Deep 6.
Throw him?
Yep. There you go.
That'll revive him all
Good
the
job.
time.
Ah!
All right, well, that's a good way to start. A little one there. Good job, Billy.
Thank you.
Go ahead and chuck him loose. There you go. Look at him go. Pretty. I just paused this here. I'm going to show you on the structure scan. That's a school of shad that we just split. Off to the left side, off to the right side. And if you look over here with the shadows, these are smaller stripers. We're passing over the open part of this bay right here. There's a point there. It's the mouth of a small feeder creek. And you can see we're right across the mouth of this bay. Our stripers are going to come in and out to feed. And right across there, the structure scan looks over into that mouth of the bay, and you can see there are small stripers, and you can see their shadows right there. There's one fish came under the boat right there. Billy, run up front, bud, just to kind of reel that one in a little bit. You can take the clicker off if you want. Clicker off. But you gotta heal, he's still taking line. Wow, that's a good fish you got there. That's a decent fish. There you go. Look at that.
That's all the bait and clear.
Look at that. Oops, sorry. I'm a rookie.
Put the net down, let him swim right into it.
Yeah, he'll pull the fish to you, Bill. That's it. Nice. It's getting a little better now. That's keepy size too. Put him right here, Billy. Getting better.
Now you take a picture of me of this one. Is he a keeper or no?
Nope.
Okay. I don't need it.
Getting better.
These are on the deep side board. Fish on, fish on, fish
Sean!
on. Fight.
There you go. All right, that was exciting.
All right, quiet. All right, here's a good example. Coming across the mouth of a bay again. There's a point. There's a point there, and you can see off to our right, about 20 feet off to our right, marking several fish there. One fish there. a couple of schools of bait, and here you see a big school of bait with 2 larger marks in it. And we know that's off to our right, and it's right in this mouth of this bay right here. And there's some good marks right underneath us as well. And we're going to watch these boards out over here, and hopefully these boards coming across that, right in that area. Oh, there, look at that, right off. Chasing bait out there.
Shaking bait.
A little close to this. There you go. There you go.
Keep the rod up high. Tighten the drag up top a little bit. As you can see, we're still at the mouth of this bay, right where I said, and that fish hit. Right there, that fish hit. He's underneath that one, so I think you're okay, Tim.
That was a starboard.
Wow. Yeah, right off the right side or off the right mouth of the bay. Cool, this hybrid net thing I bought from Freshwater. He's a cutie. Bring him to me. It makes a difference with live bait, huh?
Actual living bait.
Yeah, that's one me and Billy just swapped out.
All right. It's all big tail.
Bring him to me. Man, he took off like he was something, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
It's going under.
It's okay, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. You got a perfect spot. Wait a minute. Ooh, that's a good one.
Got the net.
You got the net.
Oh, shoot.
You got the net. Oh, that's a good one. I got a rod and a net in my hand.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
There you go.
He's a pro, man.
Yeah.
Ready?
He's got a red nose. He's no good no more.
That bait. We are still almost out of bait, even though we had all that. We're almost out of bait. So.
That one like you meant it.
That bait was out there a while. I was wondering if that bait was still alive.
I'm gonna have problems.
Nah, you're doing fine. Why don't you grab the net here, Bill? Yeah. He didn't guide the line on.
Oh, I said he's gone.
Hey, that's right. He's off. Billy's done. Just food fighter. Keep it out there. Oh, we just lost the big one over here, but lost the biggest one of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that striper. Pretty fish. Woo! Fight him.
He's a rebel hunter fighter.
Keep his head in the water, Billy.
Alright, Greg, what are we doing right now?
We're just looking for a school of fish. Trying to know summertime. It's backing up a little bit, about 35, 40 foot of water. Right now we're just looking for a school of fish to put bait on. As you can see, we marking scattered fish here, but we hadn't found a pile of a school of fish yet. Right. I want to find more than that. I know that sounds crazy to you.
I believe that's what you want right there. Look at that, Greg. Greg, I believe we found some fish, so.
Yeah. That's a screen pool.
Fish on, Greg. I'm gonna mark it. Mark it. You got one on right there.
Drop one to the bottom.
Nice. He ain't done yet. Mike, up front. Fish on, fish on, fish on.
What's going on that screen right there?
Fish flipping. Yes, fish on the screen. Yep, we're out here in Kerr Lake. In the second week of July. Dropping herring down these schools that we're finding with the Simrad fish finder. You gotta mark them first, right, Greg?
Yeah.
You gotta mark them first.
Back and look right here, Mike.
That's right.
On screen right there.
That's right.
There they are.
I thought it was. Very nice. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What do we call it? Cornbread. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Some bait on the hook. Got no bait down, problem.
We only have one line in the water. Mr. Greg Patterson. Found us some fish, Greg.
Yeah, sure did.
You ought to start a guide service. What do you think? There's another one. There's a butte. One was going. Yeah, man. That one was going.
Put a track on that thing a while ago, Mike.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do another mark actually.
A little better fish?
Yeah, man, a little better, definitely. Very nice.
That's an average Kerr Lake striper.
All right, it's hard to take a minute to talk here sometimes, but you can see these fish under the boat. And what we're doing is we're using the see us? The fish are off to our right. Look here, Greg. You see that? There's those stripers off to our right. This is the right of the side scan. I marked the fish here with the sonar, but I can see that they're off to the right. And I'll turn the boat right and we'll get right over those fish again. This technology's unreal. I would never have known to turn right in the past. Good night. Looking off to our right over here, Dad. Dad, look here. You see that? Woo-hoo. Look at all those marks off to our right. Got to cut the wheel to the right here. I don't know if I'm fighting you, if you're steering right or I'm steering right. That's 40 foot off to our right. Those marks. Those are some good sized fish to mark that big. You can see their shadows too. That is fantastic. Yep, 30 feet. Good marks right here at 30 feet. Fish on, Dad, fish on. Fish on, fish on. Yep, 30 feet. We marked them right there. Gotta have those electronics, right, Greg?
Picking them up.
That's right. You can see right there. They're all over us, man.
See what I mean? I'd like to bring him.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to come in.
Yeah.
Where's that big?
He just thinks he's big.
Yeah, apparently. He thinks he's a mama.
Very nice.
Go.
Yeah, I say there's some fish here, son.
Watch the trolling motor right there. You might want to walk on there right there.
We knew they were there. We knew they were there. Talk about a rod tip in the water, huh? That's a good looking fish there. Nice one.
Look them up, Mike. Ow, he burnt me.
You got 3 of them on at one time. You burn your thumb? You burn your thumb, Greg?
Got everything on me.
You got up front there, Greg. You got a fish on, huh? Oh.
Oh, we got 3 over here, y'all.
Yeah, one here. Going down. Going down. going down. Going down. Hey, Greg, you know how to catch these fish or what?
I get lucky every once in a while.
Let's see, you got one. This one's going. Not bad, a little summertime striper on Car Lake, right? Good job, good job. Some of the nice baits Greg gets right there. Alright guys, this is one I have been meaning to do for quite a while. Definitely got the most questions about this over the years, so I'm going to bang this all out in one little video here. It is everything you need to start freshwater striped bass fishing. Cut bait, trolling, down lines, planer board lines, free lines, float lines, rivers, lakes, the whole deal. Everything you need to get started. A lot of this stuff I use, almost all the stuff I use, but I have some variations of some lesser expensive stuff and some higher end stuff. You decide what you want to use, but I'm going to show you what I use, what I've used in the past, what you can get by with, and what can get everything done. I believe in being ready for everything. There are days we go out and we're ready to cut bait fish all day, and guess what? They're not touching the cut bait. We end up trolling and saving the whole day. There are days where we're going to troll all day, go to cut bait, that doesn't work. On riding back in, we see them breaking, we cast, we get a limit right there on the way back in because we're ready to cast. So I believe in having everything ready to go and being ready to fail, because a lot of the times you're going to fail. Unless you hammer the same lake every single day at the same time in the same season over and over again, you know, you're going to have to change it up once in a while. Be ready for it. That's when the coolest stuff happens. So without further ado, let's move on. This is what I use. Okay, these are accurate reels. These are Valiants. These are overkill for freshwater striped bass. And, you know, to be honest, they're kind of overkill for saltwater striped bass, the Valiants, because they're twin drag, you really don't need it. The Accurate Fury is a beast. It's an incredible freshwater and saltwater striped bass reel. It doesn't have twin drag, but the drag is almost the entire size of that side plate. It is an enormous, enormous drag. Lever drag, love lever drags. I'm not a fan of level lines. We'll get into that in another video, but this is what we use right here. Now with this single reel, I will troll, I will cut bait, I will live bait, I will down line, I'll use saltwater, freshwater. You'll see this reel in every video in every type of way to fishing, except jigging. Jigging, we use a little bit of lighter stuff. But that's how I rig with this, and I can do everything with a set of these. So I'll keep 8 to 10 of these on the boat ready to rock, and I can get everything done with this. I understand a lot of people don't want to spend that, especially for getting in the fresh water. You do not need these rods and these reels to get it done. Plenty other rods and reels will. This is the Stealth, Striper Stealth rods. Incredible rods. I had a hand in designing these. I helped out a bit with some other really good striper guys. Incredible rods for under $100. These will get it done right here. I recommend the medium for down lines. I use the medium heavy for everything because I pull planer boards with it, will chunk with it and everything. But the medium or the medium heavies are what I recommend for everything, okay? So you don't want to spend that. Let's go down a little bit in price, okay? Here's a large Abu Garcia, okay? This is a catfish edition. It's a little bigger than, it's a little bigger than the 6500. You can see it's kind of large, got the power handle. It's a decent reel. I think this reel runs around 120, 130 bucks. Now the Fury's $229, $239, so you know it's quite a bit cheaper than the Fury, but decent reel. The drag is not nearly as big. The drag is only as large as the main gear that's in here, so you can see it's a much smaller drag. It's a star drag, level line, decent reel. This will get it done for freshwater fishing. Millions and millions and millions and millions of striped bass have been caught
on Abu Garcia reels. I started out freshwater fishing with these myself. All right, this is the 6500. It's got to be the most common freshwater striped bass reel, especially in the South. Okay, very, very popular reel. This will get it done forever and ever. But you can see the main gear size in there is not very big. Okay, so being it's not very big, the drag is not very big. So you don't have a very, very powerful drag with these. And I know you don't need a powerful drag for striped bass, but even setting it at 2 or 3 pounds with an oversized drag like we talked about before, you'll get performance on light drag settings like you've never seen. So if you can afford a larger drag in a lever drag means big drags. Star drags are smaller drags. Lever drag just doesn't mean, okay, I see a lever versus a star. Massive difference in the drag systems. This puts pressure on the main gear, where a lever drag puts pressure on the actual spool. So the lever drag size is about the size of that spool right there. Pretty big. Where this star drag is only the size of the main gear. So if you can afford a lever drag, I highly recommend going up. I don't care what brand it is, any lever drag is going to be large, much larger than almost every other star drag out there. But this 6500 has caught lots and lots of fish. This is a very classic combo here, the old ugly stick with Abu 6500. This is a C3, it means it has 3 bearings. The blue is a C4, C2, they have rockets, they have all different kinds. But any of these larger Abus will get it done, and you can get these combos for, geez, probably 120 bucks, something like that, for the rod and the reel. Pretty good value right there. Good way to get started. Downlines especially, some planer boards, it's a little small for planer boards for me, but you can go up and put a Striper Stealth rod on here. Get your 7'6" Striper Stealth with a medium heavy one of these and pull planer boards all day long. Good for downlines especially. All right, now let's say you're not a conventional type guy. You're a spinner reel guy. Well, you can get yourself a Penn spinning reel. Penns make some decent stuff. I'm not a fan of these. Any spinning reels for downlines, planer boards, they're okay for casting and jigging, but if you're gonna go with a spinning reel, get the biggest spinning reel you can handle. The larger the better, because we're gonna be using higher test monos, 20 and 30 pound monos, and even a reel this size is a little small. But you can get it done with downlines if that's what you like. Here's another version here. These both have a bait runner built into them. You can see the clip here at the end. It's all right, someone's phone's ringing. So you see this clip right here? This will pay out line if you want to. We rarely use a system like this, but it's here if you need it, and I think it's a good little setup if you like a spinning reel. Listen to shine down while doing the video. All right, for casting, light lines, light jigs, small stuff on the bottom, sabiki rigs, very light. Spinner reel like this, awesome size, 15-pound braid. This is for casting baits, it's not for live baits. So you're gonna need one of these for casting small plugs, sabikis, for getting bait, stuff like that. So small spinner reel on the boat, it's a good idea. Jigging. All right, the new Accurate turns. Awesome star drag. It's twin drag, which means it squeezes the main gear. Look at the size of that main gear they put in there. So the drag is really big for a star drag. You see it clicking on and off. Really good for jigging. Have yourself a nice short rod. This is only 6'8" for jigging, very light. Something you're going to be cranking and yanking all day long. Gotta have yourself a good jig setup. This is probably $240 for this reel. You don't need to spend that much. You can get it done with the Abus like we talked about, a smaller Abu. There's some actually really nice, I think Daiwa Saltis makes some really nice ones. Shimano makes a few that are nice jigging reels. If you want to keep it down under $100, 150 bucks, 180 bucks. If you want to break 200, this turn is going to be the best you're going to see. I mean, just a massive twin drag. Twin drag means it squeezes the main gear from both sides. Only reels in the world to do that. Okay, here's one. Here's a great combo here. It's also a turn, and it's a 7'6", just a bass rod. Now this is a G Loomis, high dollar. You don't need it. I'm not even really a fan of these high modulus graphite, but you can use get a fast action for jigging. You want something that's going to react really quick. You can see how quick this tip is. How it's not a very soft tip. It's very fast, very stiff tip, very stiff rod, very light. Something you can jig all day long. And you can go left and right retrieve, whatever you feel comfortable with, right? Get yourself a 7-foot ugly stick, 6'6" ugly stick. It's a little wobbly for jigging, but many guys have caught millions and millions of striped bass jigging with those ugly sticks. They're not bad. Now you see I skipped over one. I'm gonna step back. For cut bait fishing, all these we went over here will cut bait fish fine. But if you want to cut bait fish with a spinning reel, you gotta go big, because we're using large diameter mono, 20, 30 pound mono, okay? The reason we use mono, not braid, is because the line's laying on the bottom. We don't, nicks and stuff, rocks will snap braid like it's not even there. So you gotta use mono for cut bait fishing. This is a Penn here. What is this, a Penn Conflict? It's a decent reel, not very expensive. Giant spool diameter, get the biggest diameter you can handle. This is on a Big Cat Fever rod. These are fantastic rods for under $100. It's a step up from the Ugly Stick for sure, for the Big Cat. It's a giant step up from the Ugly Stick to the Striper Stealth. Striper Stealth are some bad rods. The Striper Stealth spinning reel, I'm sorry, the Striper Stealth spinning rod will be out next 6-8 months, something like that. I'm helping them with that a little bit. They've been working on that. Should be a great rod. Okay. Let's move on to gear we need. You're gonna need it all. We got lots and lots and lots of stuff, okay? This is for everything. This is so you can do just a little bit of everything. Rigging, you're gonna need lots of egg sinkers, 1s, 2s, and 3s. Glass beads, not plastic. Small barrel swivels, you don't need very large. You can see how small those are. Those are 80-pound test, even though they're so small. Get your good assortment of split shots. Okay, snap swivels. Instant downriggers, these are made by Ready Rig. These are fantastic for trolling, for adding line, adding weight way in front of your bait, and they release and slide down. It's called the Ready Rig Instant Downrigger. You want an assortment of circle hooks. I'm a big fan of circle hooks without a bent eye because I do not use snells. Owner, MUTU, light wire, Taichi, circle hook. Again, straight eye, I'm a big fan of those. In another video I'll go over all the sizes I like. You can carry some J hooks if you're a J hook fan, but these nasty Nautilus style circle hooks have been just fantastic for us. All right, over here we have just a rigging box. Anything you might need. Anything you might need. We got crimping sleeves, more beads, aluminum sleeves. These can be your best friend for jigging. These are bobber stops. These bobber stops are really good because you can set this at 20 foot and someone who's jigging knows where the 20-foot mark is all the time. Keep these in your box. Some straight jigging weights. Striper Steve makes those. Jig heads, I mean, we got rod tip repair, extra rod tips, just a little extra stuff you're gonna need on the boat. You know, just for melting the tips for rod tip repair. Split rings. Anything you might need, we got it. Now we have our box for cut bait fishing. We're using much larger weights for trolling weights. We got a box for trolling weights and large weights for cut bait, anywhere from 2 ounces to 8 ounces in here. This is our speed box. Keep a speed box on the boat ready to rock. 8 or 10 of your favorite baits. So we have some jerk baits here. We have some good old swim baits. We have some bucktails ready to go. I even have some jigs in here, some topwater plugs, some bottom jigs. And the idea with this is when you're out fishing all day long, you're running in, you see, or you pull up on someone and they're vertical jigging on a school and you mark it. What boxes are my jigs in? Look in there, look at all my boxes stacked, which bag? You don't need to do that. You'll have the speed box here ready to go. You put it somewhere close where you always know where it is. You open this up, you have 1 or 2 of everything in there, and you won't miss that bite that might only be there for a few minutes, right? Gotta have that. Vertical jigs. We got our All Pro. These are Wang jigs and Ultra jigs. Fantastic jigs. We got 2 different sizes here. You can see here, these are called butterfly jigs. They're basically flat fall jigs. When you go full slack, they drop like this. Assist hooks instead of treble hooks. I like these for a few reasons. One, you got a little bit of flash on there. Instead of being something that'll scare fish, this going up as you crank it in will attract the fish. Can attract them anyway. And when you're hooked up, you won't get leverage on a stiff treble hook and throw that fish off, right? These are the 100 gram. These are 160s. And then when we open her up, we have some of the classic jigs here. We've all seen these. We've used these forever. We just call these jigging spoons. They're like 2 ounces. Here you go. Here's Braid brand right here. Braid makes some really nice ones. And you can see the treble hooks get stuck in everything. There's a Braid one right there. So get yourself a good variety of these. Flutter spoons. Love flutter spoons. Especially if you're just getting started. A good flutter spoon here can really make the difference over a flat, heavy jigging spoon. These fall a lot slower, and that flutter action can really catch a fish if you're not terribly used to jigging. Love flutter spoons. Keep a bunch of these on here. I know the last few years these have been pretty popular. Ben Parker spoons. These are the 8-inch magnums. I've caught striped bass as small as 8 inches on these. Nice big flutter spoon. They're designed to look like a gizzard shad, but these actually, this one here looks more like a large, very large blueback herring. Keep some of these on your boat. You're gonna love them. Just add a couple extra split rings here so the fish can't, you know, throw the jig using leverage against you. Leaders. You're gonna need all kinds of weights of leaders. Freshwater, you're gonna use anything from 10 pound to 40 pound. 10 pound for down lines, very light bite, very clear water. Heat of the summer, fish are not really active like they would be in cooler. So you're gonna need that thin line because they might not be hungry, they'll be line shy, you know. So that 10 pound, 15 for casting, leaders on your spinning rods. For cut bait, go all the way up to 40 pound. That line's laying on the bottom for cut bait, so it's not really a, you know, deterrent for a fish. So you can go heavier, and anything in between, be ready. You don't need fluorocarbon. You can get these made out of monofilament if you like, but I like fluorocarbon just because, hey, I spent all this money, a couple extra bucks for fluorocarbon. Fluorocarbon does disappear in water. It reflects light at the same rate as water. But with fluorocarbon, when it gets nicked up and abraded at all, those abrasions make the line stick out like you wouldn't believe, and things will stick to those abrasions. So for cut bait, I don't use fluorocarbon at all. Something else to think about. Okay, you might ask me, how the heck am I trolling with those rods that I'm using for cut bait and all that out? Well, I'll show you how. I'm going to take this rod here. This is what we use for everything, right? These are made by Shakespeare. I've had these so long, I couldn't even tell you when I got them. They're very inexpensive. I think they're 12 bucks. And we just clip it on the line. So if you want to troll, you clip that on the line. This holds your line in here, just like that. You can tighten this up. And now we have a line counter for trolling. These are made by Shakespeare, but I've seen some other brands that look pretty good too. Scales, tape measures, you need all kinds of good stuff. So keep a good scale on the boat. You know, it's really how you learn, especially when you're getting started out. So, you know, weigh your fish in the cooler months. The fish can stay out of water a little bit longer, and you just get to learn the size of your fish. You get to learn the size of your fish you're weighing versus the size you're seeing on your graph on your fish finder. So for the first few years, really weigh a lot of your fish. In the cooler months, summertime, don't, because this fish can't stay out of the water that long. But weigh your fish, measure your fish, you know, visually make a note versus what you caught against what you've seen on your fish finder. It's a great way to learn the size fish that are under your boat. Pliers. Got to have a good pair of pliers on you. I like the ones here that have the little tooth at the end. These are good for opening split rings. These are made by Accurate. They're not terribly expensive. I think these are like 120 bucks. You can get cheaper ones, of course, but these are so light they feel like they're plastic. And what's nice about them is they won't pull your pants down. So I just got one of these little retractor things here. Found these at Bass Pro Shops. Love the Accurate pliers. You can get another brand too. Just make sure when you get another brand that when they're stowed, they close up really tight. Because some of the cheaper ones, they only close this much, and you have this big thing sticking out here. Some of the tools you're gonna need. Good pair of scissors. These Piranha scissors are pretty cheap. I think these were like 12 bucks at Cabela's. For some reason they're 20 at Bass Pro, but they're 12 at Cabela's. You know, small D-hookers, large D-hookers. These are fantastic for throat hooked fish. Boga grip, really good for releasing fish on the side of the boat. Doesn't need to be Boga brand, but I like to, you know, hold the fish next to the boat, hold the lanyard while we're moving the boat forward. This gives the fish time to, you know, go ahead and swim in the current in the cool water and revive. I don't necessarily hang fish as much with these anymore, but you can if you support the belly. And it's got a scale in it. If you're gonna get one with a scale in it and a swivel. Why do I say that? Because if you do hang a fish, the fish jumps. This works as a nice shock absorber and is much less apt to damage your fish. Nice shock absorber. If he kicks and spins, this twists, won't damage his mouth. Knives. Keep a knife on every corner of your boat. every corner of your boat. You never know when someone's gonna get tangled up in a line, fishing line, rope. Scissors, regular old cheap pliers to keep around your boat. This has a split ring tooth in it as well. Fillet knives. Let's see what else we got. Let's look at our goodies over here. We got our big plug boxes. Okay, these are our Allen De Palma plugs. But any of your big plugs, have some big plugs ready to go for casting, trolling, whatever. An umbrella rig can be your best friend when you're starting out as a freshwater striped bass fisherman. I recommend the first thing you do is get out there and troll some U-rigs. Okay, these are ones I made myself. 9 baits, just swim baits. You can see these are 6-inch swim baits. Got some on the bottom with all bucktails. Here's a 3-arm one. Really good way to get started out. These have blades in them too. Get out there, pull some umbrella rigs around, use your line counter, let out 120 feet of line, 2.83 miles an hour. I'll do some videos on umbrella rigging. And a really good way to learn your lake. Get out there and just cruise around, look at your fish finder. Just put 2 of them out, different lengths from your boat with your line counter, and pay attention to your fish finder and your chart all day. It looks for humps and ledges. Probably the best way to get started freshwater striper fishing is trolling, especially with a U-rig where you can get shallow. You can troll up in 20, 18 feet of water. Buckets. Buckets are your other best friend. Planer boards. You're going to need some kind of planer boards. Doesn't really matter what brand board you use. The Zach Royce boards are really nice. I love the yellow releases. I changed, they usually come with a big split ring. I put a piece of leader here because it seems to get tangled a whole lot less. But get yourself a good set of aluminum boards, are my favorite. I don't like the big plastic ones with the big keel weight because they're very heavy. The clear boards look okay. I haven't used those before, but seem like they do pretty well. But Zach Royce, the ones with his name on are really pretty good. The lobe in the front, I've only been using these for about 5 or 6 years. I never thought I'd like the lobe in the front, but it runs right over leaves. If leaves and pine needles pile up, you kind of jerk the rod and they go right under. So I kind of like the one with the lobe in it. You're going to need release floats. These TOS planer floats are fantastic. A really smart guy invented these. TOS stands for Team Old School. But I was working with Ready Rig and I put a fin in their floats. I already love their floats, so we put a fin in it. And these work great because when you're pulling baits behind with your trolling motor, they stay away from each other. They're not gonna plane way out to the side of on the bank like the planer board will, but they stay away from each other in pairs. So fantastic. I've done a few videos on these if you search my channel. You'll also need some regular straight floats, also a Ready Rig, and they're a release so you can let out 1,000 feet, whatever you have on your reel. You can let a ton of line out, set the float, and when the fish hits, it pulls out the release and slides down to your fish. So you'll need a bucket filled with planer boards, release floats, and your Ready Rig TOS planer floats. Cast nets. Freshwater guy, you gotta have your cast nets. Keep a 3/8 net. Great net to get started, 3/8. This is a hair bigger, but you want a 3/8 net. I throw a 10-foot in pretty much everything. We throw a 12-foot where it's legally allowed, but 10 is my number. I pretty much throw a 10-foot diameter and a 3/8. When you're moving on to getting gizzard shad, you might want to keep a 5/8 net as well for those big gizzard shad. And your smaller herring and gizzards will go ahead and slide through the hole, and you won't Christmas tree a whole bunch. But start out at least with 1 3/8 net. If you want to go ahead and get yourself a second net for gizzards, get yourself a 5/8. And the brand I recommend, I tell you, man, these Barracuda nets are just evil, evil, evil. This one here is a Tim Wade. I have a couple Barracudas that I've been using, and I'm going to do a video on those. And what's nice about the Barracudas, they have a lifetime warranty on them, where if you snag them up and tear them up, there's like a prorated warranty. Check it out on their website. Battle wounded veterans run and own the place. They've extruded their own mono. Their mono sinks. They have weighted horn options. Incredible quality of these nets. Very soft. Just a really good net. So start off with your Barracuda nets. If you're going to get a new net, I can't recommend a cheap net. There are cheap reels and cheap other things that I can recommend that you can get by with. But when it comes to nets, if you get a cheap net, like I pull this net up here, and just look how soft that is. I mean, that is just so manageable. That's just a beautiful, beautiful net. You get a cheap net and it's Spring City. I mean, you can't manage it. So I really can't recommend a cheap one. In the comments, if you guys know of a cheap net, like a $70, $80 net, like a 10-foot net that's cheap, please recommend one in the comments. Let's see what else we got. Now on the boat, you need a couple things if you really want to be a good freshwater striped bass fisherman. You need a trolling motor with some kind of GPS steering in it. The Mink Coda makes a really nice trolling motor that deploys itself, and it's got a GPS steer and it's got its anchor lock. But I have had reliability issues with Mink Coda since I was a little kid. So I had an option to try the motor guides here. They might not be as fancy, they don't self-deploy, but this sucker works every single time I need it to work. The only time it has failed me is when I didn't charge my batteries properly, and it was my own fault. My batteries were totally dead. But this XI5 is a killer GPS trolling motor. It is very reliable. So you need a GPS trolling motor. You need your anchor lock there for when you're jigging and you're downline fishing, and you need to pull a track on a heading for when you're pulling your planer boards. So that is a must, unless you're cut bait fishing. Another must, rod holders. Gotta have good rod holders. This is a pop-out rail that I designed and my buddy Joey Scruggs makes. What's nice about it is you can pop it out, any flush mount rod holder, and move them around the boat. These are Smith adjustable mid mounts. These are the larger size for a 1-inch rail. Fantastic rod holders. I can just loosen these up. Down lines, I can lower them, or chunking or cut baiting, I can go ahead and fold them up. Gotta have good rod holders. All right, guys, well, I'm gonna do another video coming up here on rigging your boat. It's gonna be like how to rig everything for your boat for freshwater striped bass fishing. And after that, we'll do a saltwater one. Of course, real quick, gotta have yourself a good landing net. If you can handle the fish at the side of the boat, that's cool to do. But if it takes you more than 15 seconds to grab that fish with your hands, just net the fish. Get them in the boat, do your thing, handle them, and let them go. Try to get one that's rubber coated with no knots if you can. It's good for the fish. These are folding nets. They're made by Frable. They're kind of a pain in the tail, I'm not gonna lie to you. They're kind of a pain to line up to fold sometimes, and the buttons always break. But they fold up and they stow, and I've had them for years. Immediately the buttons will break on you. So drill a hole, put a pin, and that's what I use. If anyone knows of a higher quality folding net than this Frable net, please put it in the comments. I'd like to know myself, because I haven't found one. Some of the really big nets are nice, but I want one that I can fold up and stow. Gotta have your bait net, of course. AFCO makes a fantastic bait net. These are just awesome bait nets. There's a lot of cheap ones out there too. So if you see a cheap one, get one. This one is super light. It's the white net. I know a lot of guys say the black net scares the herring, but I can find a scared herring in a 50-gallon tank. I can get them, don't worry. So you need some good bait nets. One thing I'm not showing you right now is a bait tank. If you are serious about freshwater striped bass fishing, you will need a good insulated bait tank with filtering capabilities. If you're netting your own bait from the lake, it will poop, okay? It will poop, it will scale. As the bait slides down the net, slime will come off and it will fill that tank, and it will choke out your bait in a few hours, especially if it's warm out. So you need a good tank with filtering capabilities. I have an old bait caddy, it's kind of custom. Bait caddy doesn't make tanks anymore. I do love the tank. But there are several brands out there that look really nice to me. I haven't used them myself, I haven't owned them. I have some friends that do. The Creek Bank looks nice. The Shad Shack looks nice. Evolution tanks look nice. And the new Extreme, not the old Extreme tanks, but the new ones seem really, really nice. So they're all, they're expensive, but you get what you pay for. They're very nice tanks. I've seen them all personally. I haven't owned them myself, but they have fantastic filtering capabilities. You can go to stripersoup.com, and he covers all kinds of bait tanks and has little reviews on them and stuff. And you can go to all their websites for Evolution, Shad Shack, Creek Bank, and Extreme. You're gonna need one of those. Insulated bait tank with filtering capabilities. I think we covered pretty much everything. I don't want to make this video 8 parts for 40 minutes and all that. This is all the basics you need to get started striped bass fishing in freshwater. I'm going to do some videos coming up on the exact hooks, on the exact riggings we use, break down each rod and what drag system I like and why we use what we use. But for right now, there you go. There's your freshwater fishing, how to get started. I hope you dig it. If you like the video, please give it a thumbs up. If you hate it, please give it a thumbs down. If you want to tell me what I did wrong, you can do that too. I'm a man, I can take it. If you have some cool, constructive comments that can add to the conversation, please stick them in there. I love you guys, I mean it. If you're my best friend, you'll subscribe. And I know you want to be my best friend. Thanks for watching. We're going fishing. Okay, one more thing I need to show you. It's on the boat. If you look down here, you're going to see I have 2 rods rigged and ready to go all the time. They don't have to be bait casters. You can use spinning rod and reel combos for that if you like. I'll show you what I got. I have one large Revo here. It's an Abu Garcia Revo, and what I like about it is it's nice and wide. What I like about this for chucking plugs is when you're paying line out, you see the level line moves with it. Great feature. That'll keep you from getting cross up, where the line carries from one side of the spool to go through the guide, buries on a big fish, and snaps off. So this is kind of a soft rod if you look at the rod tip. I use this for chucking big heavy plugs, top water plugs, you know, your pencil poppers, Allen's plugs, are really big predators. It's a great combo. I keep that ready to rock, star drag. The other one I keep, low gear reel for plugs. This here is a stiffer rod. It's a fast action rod, okay? It's a high modulus graphite. It's a little soft compared to most high modulus graphite rods, but that fast action is good. And these are good for jigs on the bottom. Okay, this is an all-pro jig here. Love these jigs. It has a BKD body on it. I just love that the hook is independent of the jig like that. Even though it's only 3/4 ounce, it has a nice big hook. Those are really nice. Now this is only one of the only times I'll use high speed. I use high speed for jigging, and I use high speed for bottom plugs. This is a Quantum Smoke Speed Freak 8-to-1, very fast. I use this for jigging on the bottom. Pretty much it's all I use it for, is for jigging on the bottom. I will do some light jig stuff with unweighted BKDs where I'm kind of jerking it like a jerk bait. Hesitating, and spring. And it's good for chucking blade baits and spoons and pretty much anything you can throw with a bait caster. I just lost my light, so that's the end of the video. Gotta have 2 of these. You're ready to rock at all times. 4 if you can squeeze them in. Moving on. Within seconds. All right?
Yes, sir.
What are you gonna do? My budget keeps getting smaller and smaller. Lights are expensive. There's no light for you.
All right, it's a little windy out here. I want to show you our ready rig spread. We're pulling big gizzard shad up against these banks. The bass move up on the banks here in the summertime, and we have a planer float back there, the TOS planer float. That stands for Team Old School. And it's a planer float off that corner right there, and then we have a stealth planer, another stealth planer, another stealth planer, and a 4th stealth planer. Don't mind the colors, we mixed them up so they can work on either side. And you can see our spread right here. We're just trying to get them up across this bank over here. As the water gets warm around this bank here, the shad move up and the bass move up after them. So you can see the boards do pretty well. They're very visible. They're right high on the water. And the planer float works perfect back there with these boards. You can see it doesn't pull way out like a planer board does, but it works really well with them. It's right there, right behind them, and you can see in relation to the boat where those boards are. And we're using big baits. We're not being shy. Show me a bait there, Zach. Scoop a few of them out of there. They're lively.
Yeah.
Tank keeps them alive. So you know they're decent sized baits. They're kind of like a menhaden or a bunker. They really pull. And these boards are doing well. Hopefully we'll catch a few fish and show you.
Woo! Fish on! Woo! Fish on! Fish on!
Yeah, boy. That big, just take your time. You got plenty of open water. You want me to get the net? Yeah, he's up in here. It's a small net. Nice. Oh yeah. Ready rig planer board. These
on there, right?
Yep, right there. Let's go, we get him, baby.
Don't set the hook, he's hooked.
I did. I see where you're at. I see you get your milk, man. Don't worry, you got plenty of time, dude. Plenty of time. You can enjoy it. We worked hard for these. You're fine right there. You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna speed up, and what's gonna do is it'll bring the fish right back to you.
All the way across there. And you got a good one. Oh, they're hung up.
We got two right together. Man, these are healthy fish. That's awesome, man. Get back here and manhandle that sucker.
And you got a good one. Oh, they're hung up.
We got two right together. Man, these are healthy fish.
That's awesome, man.
And which hook did they get?
The trailer hook got this one.
Come over here.
The trailer's right in the corner.
Yeah. I'll grab him. I just want to get him on tape. Beautiful fish. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
All right, we just had a double. We actually almost had a triple here. We're going to go ahead and turn him loose. That fish was just under 13 pounds. Boat's moving forward, so just turn her head forward.
There she goes.
Nice. Good job, brother.
Thank you, man.
Good job. Good job. All right, we're gonna net some of these yearling shad that are up here. These are gizzard shad. They're not very big. They're usually in that 2 to 3 inch range, but some of these out here can get 5 to 6 inches. So it's kind of a crapshoot. But I use a small net for this, just because they're so thick that I usually get too many that I can't even lift it. So no sense of killing a whole lot of bait for no reason. This is a cheap net. I'm not a real fan of these cheap springy nets, but it is what it is for right now, right? So I like throwing the striper suit method for a small to medium sized net. Really quick loading. You don't have to put it over your shoulder or your mouth or anything, pretty good. All right, now John's gonna put me on him. Yeah, bump it in gear, John. Of course, they're right here where this wakeboarder is about to come through. Okay, cool, he lost his rider. Let's go there. A little quicker. They're really easy to get this way. It's a 3/8 mesh, pretty small. You might need to even go a 1/4 inch mesh in case you get a whole bunch of little ones. All right, slow down a touch. Start swinging left. Straight out, hold that cord. Touch left, hold that cord. Reverse, neutral. Alright, I'm gonna run down this side of the boat. Trey, meet me in the back. Alright, so part of what we're doing here is we're gonna test the well out here on the Sea Pro. The built-in well. It's 88 degrees surface temperatures right now, which are tough for baits. Scoop those in. All right, now the camera's got water on it, but you can see why I throw the small net, because if I threw a 10-footer right now, we would have killed 1,000 baits, and we don't really need that many. All right, so striper suit method is awesome, man, for a small to medium-sized net, even a larger net if you're a bigger guy. We split the net in half, and we lay this across our hands and grab the line. And I'm going to throw with my right. I'm going to throw with my left, kind of spinning it, and then I'm just going to tuck it a little bit down with my right. So these are small baits, obviously, but we're going to test the usefulness of this well in the middle of summertime, see how good it works. Okay, something you're going to need here if you're going to keep bait in your live well overnight, if you have a recirculating system like this 248 here, you're going to need just a regular sock and some egg weights. 1 ounce, 2 ounce, kind of mix them up. But I don't know, a dozen or so in there. Some 1s, some 2s. Just kind of mix it up. You can tie a knot in this, or you can use a zip strap. See, I have a zip strap right here, but I'm just going to tie a knot for now. Okay. And this is so important. You see I have a nice little bag here. And the reason it's important is because when you're recirculating like this and you have your intake at the bottom, your fish, especially smaller baits, get trapped and pinned under here, and they will always die. So you take this, and you kind of spread the weights out, I'm doing it with one hand, and you just kind of tuck it up underneath here. Just like that. And you're making kind of a dam around that. Okay? It looks better if you don't have a knot and use a, zip strap, of course, but tuck these weights up in there. This way, when these fish get sucked around, they swim around, they'll bounce off of this and they don't get stuck up underneath it. This made a huge difference. In a pinch, I just grabbed some gravel off the bank, rinsed it out in my net and stuck it up underneath there, and not one single one got stuck up underneath there. But if you don't do anything at all, you just leave that, they'll swim around the circle of this well and get stuck right underneath there. And you'll have 4 or 5 of them under there. Then they'll work their way out, and then the next suckers will get stuck under there, and then they'll work their way out, and then the next few will get stuck under there. So something like this is pretty effective. All right, we're testing out the Sea-Pro live well here on some yearling gizzards, and I think there might be some threads in there too. These are really small, so they're normally tough to keep, and the water's 85 degrees. So we ran the water, we ran it for a while. We're pumping it in water, and you can see all the stuff that they're crapping out and all the sediment in the water. So we want to give them a chance to get out before we switch it over. So we're going to let that run for just a little bit. See all the sediment, John? Can you see all that? Just all the... So we'll let it run. You can see it's filtering out. And the idea is we're just pumping some fresh water in here now. And then we'll go ahead and switch to recirculating. We'll put some salt in here and some ice and go ahead and get it down temperature wise. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, on the live well switch, Michael, it says live well 1. Switch it down. Okay, now you see it rotates here. Now it's no longer pumping in water from the lake. It's pumping in water from here. It's sucking it from the bottom, pumping it at the top, and the bubbles are coming in with the Venturi valve. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and add salt. At this time, it's a 30-gallon live well. And that's probably 2 solo cups worth. And we're going to throw a bag of ice in here. We went ahead and added some salt. Now we're going to add some ice. We have our recirculating pump on. Let's see how they do. That's good, that's good. I think that'll be good. That's probably equal to a gas station bag of ice, 5 pounds or so like that. And we added some salt already. I might add a little more salt. This is just rock salt for, pool. Water softening salt. You definitely don't want to add iodized salt from your house. But a bag of this stuff, 40-pound bag, is like $5, so it's good to have. Really good for herring too. And that's it. We'll leave our recirculating on overnight, and I might add a little bit of ice. 5 pound bags worth. We might do another 5 pounds and just let it sit overnight and see how they do.
So we're keeping it cold because they like it colder, I guess.
Well, it slows all their body process down.
Oh.
Everything slows down. They don't need as much oxygen. They don't need to swim as much. It just chills them out. Keeps them from damaging themselves by smashing into the walls. Yeah, when it's hot, it's very hard to keep them alive in captivity. Oh, it feels nice and cool already. See this one here on top? He's got to go. We got to get him out of there.
This one a little sideways.
Is that him? Yeah, this guy here. He's a bigger one, but I know it. He'll cost us the whole tank. Any black ones? Number one reason people have their bait die is they overload the well. They get greedy. They throw that net, it's so much bait, they can't believe it, and they overload the well, and before you know it, they used up all the oxygen in the tank so quick that they kill them all. Alright, cool. Dump the rest. I think we're rocking. Okay, it's been 6 hours. So far so good. Definitely see some, particles and stuff floating. Gizzard shad are very, very dirty baits. But besides that, they're doing really, really well. Alright, let's see if they go through the night. No filter at all. Just ice and salt.
Hey guys, I'm out here in the boat and I wanted to take a few minutes and show you a few modifications I made here to my shad tank, bait tank, herring tank. There are a lot of tanks out there. There's a lot of really good choices right now. Way back in the day there was only a handful, 1 or 2. And I got this tank many years ago. It's a bait caddy tank that they don't make anymore. But the video is not really about the tank, it's just some of the modifications that I've done because I think that some of these may help some people out there. Not toot my own horn, but I fish a lot of different places. And matter of fact, we've caught striped bass in 14 different states in over 60 bodies of water last time I kind of counted. So doing that, you can imagine the different types of bait and different conditions that we've had to keep bait alive in. So anything from sardines to to mackerel and anchovies, river herring, American herring, hickory shad, I mean you name it, gizzard shads, redfins, alewife herring, bluebacks, the whole deal. So I've really learned a lot. And the reason there's so many modifications to this tank is because of all those different types of baits and different conditions, 100-degree air temperatures and 90-degree water temps, and you can imagine all the difficulties that come up with that. So these are some of my modifications. These don't need to be done in every bait tank. For some people, it's in some of their areas they fish, they don't need anything like this. But I wanted to share some of these because maybe one of the two might help you guys. So we'll go ahead and start with the water here. Our water pumps here. Kick that on. This tank here filters from the top. So you have these filter baskets. So it drops the water from the top and it kind of helps the ammonia leave the tank as gas. But a lot of tanks don't have that. But what I want to show you is a little modification I made that you can do to pretty much any tank. Now, if you ever try to keep skipjack, herring alive, or really big baits, some baits that require a lot of current or helps at least a lot of current, kind of keeps them steady on one side of the tank. This is a good way to add current and I can control it. So hopefully you can hear me over the pumps.
All right, you can see the directional flow. That directional flow, I can control that by sliding this. I can reduce it, stop it all together.
And that's really good if you need a lot of current, but you don't want so much current that you exhaust your baits.
some baits get tired really quick and you'll kill them, so you don't want that current wide open all the time. So that was kind of cool. Just a little sleeve I put on there. I drilled a few angular holes in that supply line right there, and there you go. Now I have 2 pumps going. This tank is 2 11-gallon-an-hour tanks. Huge pumps. I know they're way too big, they're loud and everything else, drain a lot of battery, but the way I have it wired is I have 2 running right now. If I hit this, only 1 is going. And furthermore, I can control the speed of that pump. I can dial it all the way back to just a trickle. Or I can go wide open. And that's this little knob right here. So it gives me more options. You know, when I go ahead and dump a big load of gizzard shad in here, they slide all down the net, the scales and the slime all get stripped off. You dump it in the tank and immediately all that string is hanging in there and it fills up their gills and kills them. So when I put my bait first in there, I'll put both pumps on, crank them wide open, and let it run like nuts to get all that initial stuff out. And then I can dial it back as the day goes on, especially when you get down to 5, 6 baits, maybe a dozen baits, whatever. You don't need both pumps going. I can go all the way down to, I don't know, 1 gallon an hour maybe. I don't know if I take it all the way down. So that's just another cool little option. You can hear the change. And what that is, it's a motor dimmer switch. It's a 12-volt motor dimmer switch. And I've had a few of these going for years and they've done really well. I wasn't sure if they were going to hold up, but this one here is probably going on maybe 10 years right now. So works pretty good. Now I've also added air pumps in here for situations where I don't want to run, you know, the water pumps all the time, or I don't need to, or whatever. But it's a similar system. Right here I got my air pumps. Now I can kick those on, and I have diffusers in the bottom. Now they take a little while to get going, but you can see the pumps. I added blue dye here so you can see it better. I hope you can. I don't know if this helps. But there are 2 on each side. And I also have a switch that I can go down to 1 pump if I want. And you can see this one has kicked off and just those are running. You can also put a dimmer switch on there too if you want to dial that back. These are my filter baskets here. What I've done is, I found over the years, just seems to be the quickest, easiest way, and does a really nice job, is on the top I have kind of a scale catcher here. It's just a really coarse Scotch-Brite, and then I have the finer Scotch-Brites stacked. So I mean, you can stack as many as you want. You can go all the way to the top if you want. You can add charcoal and, you know, all kinds of different options you can use with this. Now it's not a giant filter area, so you know it can clog quick, especially if you put a lot of big gizzards in here. But the 2 of them, you know, and all this filtration with these pumps running heavy duty, I can run water through them quick, do multiple changes, and get it out. You know, some tanks today have a lot of filter material. This doesn't have quite as much, but I like that it's on top of the tank. And back when I got this tank, a lot of the tanks that were available, or the few that were available, they didn't measure water capacity in the bait holding area. It was basically the entire tank. So if you bought like a 50-gallon, your bait only swam in maybe, I don't know, 32 gallons or whatever. Maybe it's 8 gallons in the filter section or whatever. So that was another reason I liked this tank, was because this is a 50-gallon and the bait swims in all 50. I know a lot of tanks today, they've changed the way they measure the gallons. You know, if it says 50, that means the bait swims in it. So there are a lot of good tanks out there. I've noticed some, the new Extreme tanks look pretty good. The Evolution looks nice. The Shad Shack is nice. I know the Creek Bank has been around a little while and doing well. And of course the old Blue Wave tanks and the Super Bait tanks and Ron Vest tanks are around. There might be a few other ones too, but there are a lot more options now than there were. So some of these modifications can be done to those tanks. It may be a little trickier, a little different to do it, but I think if you need stuff like current, or you like to be able to dial your exact, you know, current level, because with this dimmer switch here, this motor dimmer switch, I can control my current even more. I mean, I have lots of options. I can use both pumps at once. I can use just the one. I can dial that one way back. I can slide those sleeves over to cover the holes, so I can get the the current exactly where I want. And as your battery dies during the day, you want to control it, and I can use just enough power, just the amount of power that I need, instead of having two or three pumps running all day long and you only have 8 baits left. So hopefully this help you guys out. If you have any comments or questions, put them down in there. I can maybe help you find where I got these. I don't have links or anything, but I can see if I can find those for you. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. If you like the video, give me one of these. If you hate it, you go ahead and give me one of these if you want. I appreciate any comments. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. I love you guys, mean it. Thanks, stay safe out there.
All right, well, we're out here freshwater fishing here on Kerr Lake. This is Team Old School. We're going to show you how to put a set out to catch freshwater stripers. We're going to use floats, planer boards, split shot lines. And first I'll show you over here what kind of bait we're using. We just netted earlier. We netted some of these just a little while ago here. If you look, we got some really nice baits here. Normally you don't want to net that many at one time. I'm just doing it for the video purpose. You only want to net one at a time. These are delicate. You want to take your time. Go ahead and pick a good one. Take your time and get a good juicy one here. Alright, take a good look at this bait. This is a thread fin shad. Okay, has a mouth similar to a herring. On the dorsal here you will see a thread that comes off right there. Okay, now other shad have that too. So don't think that if it has that, it's automatically a thread fin. These are a thread fin. I'll show you how we hook these up right now. Okay. Now what I like to do is I put this little rubber piece here. It's off a plastic worm. What I like to do is hook from one nostril, little slight wiggle through to the other nostril. Okay. And what this rubber snub does, it keeps the bait from sliding up and rehooking itself. Okay. So put that in water. Now, these are ready rigged floats, okay? First thing you do is you get the boat moving with the trolling motor, okay? You got the boat moving right now with the trolling motor. We use autopilot. Once the boat's moving, we put the bait in the water. I'm going to hold on to this float. This is a spinner reel. We don't fish many spinner reels, but we do like to put one out just to have fun with it, get it way out from the boat. Bait in the water. Now what you do is once the boat is moving, you hold the float. Let out as much line as you want your bait to go, as deep as you want your bait to go. We're not going to go very far. We're fishing shallow water on points here. I'm going to go ahead and put maybe 30 feet out, 20 feet here. Now, you see what I have here? I have the float and the main line coming from the rod. This is braid here. I like to give it a good twist. Push on the bottom of the float. Put the line in the twist, give it a good push, make sure it's tight. And that's all there is to it. We put it out. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and let the float out. You can see the boat's moving. We're moving about 4/10 of a mile an hour. Just go ahead and let it out. Now when the fish strikes that and pulls the line tight, the loop comes out of that float. The float will slide down to the bait. I'm sorry, it'll actually slide down to the swivel. We put 2 little glass beads above the swivel. So when that float slides down, it hits the beads. It doesn't go past the beads, past the swivel, and hits the fish. Also, I like glass beads because they make a nice rattle, a little extra noise. So we got that. We're going to set that out. Now I'm going to show you how to do a planer board. Okay, as you can see here, I've hooked the bait the same way. A little piece of plastic worm here. This is very important. Otherwise, this bait could slide all the way up, flop over, and rehook itself on the side. Fish will take it, and you'll miss that fish. Now, with a planer board, I'll show you here the beads. Now these beads are the same beads I put on the float rig. When this slides down, it'll hit the beads and not slide all the way down and knock your fish off or possibly lose the board. So this board snaps on the same way. I write my name on it. My name, my phone number, and the VHF channel I'm going to be on. This is a left side board, a port side board. So what I do is I put my rod in my rod holder like this. I put the clicker on. And what I do is I just hold the board with my hand. I'm going to go ahead and just put out, you can see I'm going 6 feet. That's the length of my arm. 6 feet. Another 6, that's 12. Another 6. Okay. Make sure we're moving quick enough here. Now this clips on the exact same way. Take the line from the rod, give it a good twist, put it in the release, just like that. Okay. See how we put it in? Put it in just like that. It will straighten itself out. What I like to do is just get it back a little bit. I'll stick it in a rod holder. You watch that planer board, and I'll leave the clicker on. And as the boat's moving, that will put itself out. You can see it going on out all by itself. Alright, here we go. We got our full spread out here. You can see we have 3 boards here on the bank side. 1, 2, and 3. And we try to get that last third board close to the bank, running, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet of water. We're a little further out now, but we'll move it in and out. And the second board here, with the board here. So we'll run 3 on one side. We're on the open side of the creek here, so we'll have a board here, here, and here. We run 3 on this side also. If we do start catching all the fish on the open side, we will put 2 more boards on this side. We'll pull them from the other side. But usually this time of year, being December, or I'm sorry, January, the fish will move up on the banks looking for warmer water as the sun warms it up, looking for bait. So oftentimes we'll put 5 boards on one side and none on the other. Okay, now you can see in the back of the boat here, we have a split shot rig here. That's this rod here with the black reel. That's only about 100 feet out with 1 medium-sized split shot. Same over here, 1 medium-sized split shot. These rods standing straight up. These are our furthest planer boards that are out. Way out there are our floats. We have a float here and a float there. Those floats are up in the T-top. That's one float. And this is the other float. We use a spinner reel here, like I said. So we got 2 floats out the back. You can see the rod in this rod holder, as it extends out from the boat, it's slightly lower than the next rod. As you can see, slightly lower. And the last planer board is in the upright rod. So if you get a strike on this front board, as the boat's moving forward, the line will go underneath the next rod and not snagging right into it. And if it's a strike on the middle rod, it'll pull underneath the back rod. And if you have a giant fish, you're something, you know, a good sized quality fish, especially if you're in a tournament, don't feel, you know, bad about clearing out all the rods on that side to get your fish in. And you do that and you should be pretty clear. And if you add more rods, just make sure that you start with the front rod aiming more parallel to the water, slightly higher as you move back towards the stern of the boat. Alright, setting the drag while the rod is in the rod holder. What I like to do, and of course it's by anyone's preference, you can do whatever you want, but what I like to do is go ahead and set my drag full at where I would fight my fish at. Now, this is a lever drag reel, it doesn't matter, you can do it with a star drag. Go ahead and set it at where you want it to fight at. Okay, once you have that set, put it in the rod holder and back it off just a little bit. So when the fish runs, he has a little more room to move. He can pull the line off easier. When the fish first hits, he freaks out. He goes crazy. He goes in circles. He will put the most pressure on the rod at the strike. So we want to go ahead and loosen the drag at that point, just in case the rod holder's loose. You know, your knot is not perfect. That's when the most pressure is put on the fish. So I like to loosen it at that point. I pick up the rod. When the reel is spitting out drag, when a fish is really pulling hard, I do not set the hook. He's already hooked. Just pick him up, tighten your drag, and fight your fish back to the boat. Also, in fishing planer boards, you're often fishing in shallower water. That backboard there may pull, you know, into a foot or 2 of water sometimes, and a lot of times that's where your biggest fish come from. If I use 30-pound main line on my reel, I'll use a 25-pound leader. This way, if I snag off, my leader breaks, my planer board slides down to the bead above the leader, and I get my planer board back. If you use the same pound test on the reel as you do with the leader, if you snap off above that board, then you have to work all the way back to get your board. But it isn't necessary out here. You must have a trolling motor with an autopilot. This will keep you on a heading, whatever speed you want to go. You can go ahead and set it and forget it. I control it here, right on my wrist. I can go left, right. I can control my speed up and down. I can hit the jackrabbit button there, which automatically goes to full speed if I need to. And my autopilot setting is right there. So right now you can see we're headed towards this bank, and I want to run along parallel to that bank. So what I do is I hit the button on the remote here, and I'll go ahead and hit it, and you'll see the motor turn. Okay, now the motor's turned, and as we straighten out, as the boat turns, you'll see the motor go ahead and follow its heading. I'm not touching. What's up, B?
We're waiting for this one of this hook up here so we could show it to you.
We're waiting for one. B is the official old in old school. Look at that. It's pretty. This is 5 redneck boards. You can get them at Dwayne's, Captain's Quarters. I'll put that number out. He's at Smith Mountain Lake. Got them all set up. I set the back rod up higher. The next one slightly lower, so when a fish hits, they'll pull straight towards the back of the boat, and the lines will go under one another instead of right into each other. Oh, he just hammered it, didn't hook himself. This is the redneck board right here. Just put your name and your phone number and you know, whatever number you're going to have on your cell phone in the boat in case you lose it. But the way you start is go backwards for you. There's your line. We're using small bait here in the winter time. There's my leader. On top of the swivel here, I got a bead. That bead right there, I got 2 of them. What I'll do is I'll clip above the bead. When the fish hits and it slides down, it hits that bead. It doesn't go down and hit the fish and knock the fish off. So what I like to do is put the rod in the rod holder. And, make sure I'm not tangled, of course. I'll put the rod in the rod holder, hold the board like this, and go ahead and just pull how many pulls out I want. So let's just say I want 20 feet behind the board, or whatever for this. Just pull out my line, as much as I want behind the board. And now, I don't take this line, I take this line here. And most people just clip it to the line. I don't, I give it a twist. Just like that, so I got the whole twist inside that clip. See, I have the whole twist inside the clip. Just like that. Clip that on. Just go ahead and drop it in. All them accurate reels, bend rods, and redneck planer boards.
There he is, there's the planer board.
The board came up.
That's the board. Look at the size of that fish.
I didn't see it yet.
Holy moly!
Keep a good bend in that rod.
I just don't want to get on the skin.
It's all right.
Grab the net, Bia.
Get the net, let's go.
Yeah.
Come up, turn this way. Come on now.
All right.
He's ours.
That's the one, bro.
Sir, that's 40 pounds right there.
All right.
Brad, you done did something with this one, buddy.
All right. I appreciate you guys watching. Do me a favor and hit that like button real quick. It's a thumbs up. That's the only way I can really tell if you guys really like these types of videos. If I get a lot of thumbs up, then I know you like this style video, and I'll pop out a bunch more. If you hadn't subscribed, I sure would appreciate it if you would, and hit that little bell that says notifications. And this way you'll get an email whenever I put out a new video. So I'm going to be doing a lot of these, going through all the rigging, how we rig every bait, and I'm doing my chart videos as well, so you can see how we attack each lake while we go over the chart. Hey guys, I wanted to take a minute and talk to you about how I rig big gizzard shad. We're fishing with big gizzard shad right now. I just did a video on Smith Mountain Lake with my buddy Dave Farley. You may have seen it. And I had a lot of comments and questions asking about how exactly we rig our baits. So this is a common way here. It's a J hook with a stinger hook, with a stinger treble hook. It's been around forever. It's just a great way to get, you know, a lot of good hookups on even medium-sized fish when they're taking baits that are too big for them. This is a 9-inch bait here, but you know a 9-inch gizzard gets very, very wide in the middle. So it can be a little tricky for a smaller fish to get it down their mouth quick. So a stinger hook is really, really helpful. Stinger hooks are great because you can pull the baits quicker. Instead of going, you know, like 2/10 of a mile or 3/10 of a mile just creeping, you can crank the motor up to 1.5, even faster, even 2 miles an hour, and just really pull them along. Because when the fish comes up, I mean, you know, they don't have to turn the bait to get it down. They're going to grab it and they're going to get hit here or hit here. So stinger hook is a great tool to have in your arsenal. This is just a basic design. You've seen this one everywhere. It's a big one here in the south. And it's just a J hook with a piece of leader attached here. And it's tied right to the bend in the hook. You can use a Palomar knot or a trilene knot or something that's good for fluorocarbon. And then you have your tiny treble hook. I'm not sure what size this is, but it's small. You don't want to go very big with these, you know. And when you're fighting your fish, be delicate with them, because a lot of times the only thing that's holding them on is this treble hook, and these are thin wire. They can bend, they can pull out. So if you're near timber or in river system or something like that, you might want to go like 4X hooks that are very, very strong. They're still small, but they're a lot thicker. So you can see that's the typical way right there. Go ahead and tie it to the shank. And what I like about that is there's a whole lot less line. So you can see when the bait is hooked and your trailer is back here, your stinger is back here, you see how the line lays nice across the body of the fish. So I kind of like that being tied in the arch. Since I was a kid, I always did it like this with a snell. Probably one of the only times you'll see me use a snell, really. But you see how the snell, the tail comes down nice parallel against the hook. It lays nice and neat. So when you hook your bait, the line lays nice and neat against the hook. But I still like this version a little better. It's just a little less line, and when you hook your bait, you can see how that line is right snug up against the bait to your stinger. So it kind of hides it nice, hides it a little better this way. So that's the way I like it. That's how Dave Farley likes them. That's how we were doing them in the video at his place over there.
Whew. Everything I got's running.
You alright? You're shivering so darn much. How he gently squeezes the fish.
I'm gonna put this one up the top.
Alright, Mr. Farrell, show me how we're gonna hook it.
Go right here under the butt. Alright. Butt tops.
Right in the anal fin.
Right there.
That scale on. Now these other two were a little different. I honestly haven't seen them anywhere before. I don't know, maybe if you guys saw it, you can say in the comments, but this is something I kind of designed years ago where I didn't want the hook into the bait at all. And it's just a piece of shrink tubing here, and it stiffens up the wire right here where you can have it aiming up, down. You see, you can bend it and have it up high, low, whatever you want. And the idea is when you hook the fish, your bait, the stinger here, if you look from the top view, is kind of riding next to the bait. It's not hindering it at all, and it's not like a piece of garbage or something stuck to the bait fish that might turn a striped bass off. Common to popular belief, man, striped bass are extremely finicky. Extremely finicky. It's crazy how finicky they can be. So just something like that, just getting the hook off the bait sometimes can be the difference right there. Now, if the fish is out there for a while, sometimes the bait will eventually kind of snag on it, and it's not the end of the world if he does. You know, so don't worry about that. But this is just a piece of 50-pound wire. It's a little too thick for what I would use for gizzard shad. You can see it's kind of high vis. It kind of sticks out. You can use 25 pounds. I just didn't have any of that lighter wire to show you. So it's just a regular old crimp on there, and the wire's crimped through the eye of the hook. I've even done it with two. I have two wires coming off, and I bend them out. So you have two coming out, and they're just riding right below the belly of that bait fish, you know. Just have one on each side, just riding right below the belly. You know, a lot of the times, if the baits are small, like in the 7 or 8 inch range. We were using some 8 and 9 inch baits in the video that I'll put some clips on to show you. But if you got like 5 and 6 inch, 7 inch baits, I like to let the trailer hang. You know, I won't even stick it into the fish sometimes. If I keep missing fish, I'll go ahead and change that, of course. I'll put it in the anal fin or the dorsal. But if it's a smaller bait, I'll let it hang. And it's kind of same idea of this. It just keeps the line stiffer, so in case they're just hanging straight down, it's just sticking back a little better. So in the video, some of the fish that we caught, the baits, the stinger hooks were just hanging. On the bigger baits, we hooked them in the anal fin or the dorsal fin.
Thank you, brother.
Now this is another one. It's a this little trick here is a good one. This one will win a tournament here. I have never showed this one before, and it goes with the idea of, you know, when a fish will not hit a bait with a big honking scary hook in its face, it just won't hit it. We'll just delete it. You know, a lot of the times the fish just hits the stinger anyway. So I have a clip here. And I've used swivels in the past. You can put a swivel on this and you just swivel, you just clip this to the lip, inside lip of the gizzard shad. And then you can go ahead and put your stinger in his back here if you want, or you can put it in the anal fin down here. And the only thing that's on that fish to deter a bite is that stinger treble hook, because you have that clip here instead of a hook. You know, like I said, most of the time they hit the stinger anyway, but you know, it's only when the fish are extremely finicky, maybe crystal clear water, maybe they're smaller fish, maybe you netted a bunch of bait that's just bigger than what you'd like. This is a good tip right here, because a lot of the smaller fish just get nipped to tail anyway. It's all give and take here. You know, you're getting some stuff and losing some other. Lastly, this is a clip I use a lot in saltwater. Man, I haven't seen this since I was a kid, really. Anyone else use it? I made this one here with some wire. You can make them with draw ties. I'm not taking credit for inventing this. I did not invent this. I saw this somewhere. But what you do with this is you take your clip here, open her up, and then you'll, in your bait, you'll pop a hole in the roof of the mouth. And I'll put a video here, a clip of video in this video showing me hooking a big bait. And then I'll take the clip and go back through the hole and then clip this shut.
See 2 nostrils. About the width of the clip from the mouth is where you want to pop a hole, but after you pop the first one, you pretty much know where they all go. So I'm going to pop the hole right here. Okay, pop a hole and then pull it out. So we got 1, 2, 3 holes, and you can kind of see that's the width of the clip from the mouth to the hole, right? Now I'm going to take this clip and we go back to the hole I just made. And the clip pops out. Max, can't eat this one, buddy. All right, I'm going to activate the clip, and now when we pull that bait, we're drifting with it, you can see the clip.
And now you're pulling by the clip through the jaw of the mouth, and it just keeps that hook high and dry. It's in a spot where it won't get hung up, it won't have, you know, slide. Sometimes you've all seen this, where the bait slides up and then gets rehooked again, and then you're pulling a bait like this, kind of sideways, and it's, you know, fish hits it and he's never going to hook himself. So this really ensures that the hook stays nice and high, and because it's so in such a position where it can really attack, I hook more fish with just this if I'm not using a stinger hook, versus, you know, a hook in the nose or a hook in the mouth where the hook is like this. So if you're going without a stinger, this one works really well. And I would go smaller than this, of course. This is like a 9/0. You know, even for the gizzard shad we had in the video, which are between 7 and 8 inches, maybe a couple 9s, I would use a hook, you know, down to a 5 or a 6, something like that. But I did it here with, this is a twisty wire from a twist tie from a grocery bag. You know, it comes in a, you know, in the bread, for twisting up the bread. Just ripped the paper off and attached it with that. Real good idea there. I want to take a minute and thank Dave Farley for having us out on his water. I haven't been on Smith Mountain Lake in over 10 years, and it was a really good time out there, even though it was raining. And I really do appreciate it, Dave. Thanks, brother.
Right here, keep an eye on this one.
Close one?
That front board just got a little...
This is right here on the inside?
Got a little inches?
Sure did. Backboard just got it. There we go! Fish on! Fish on! Fish on! Catch him, baby! Catch him!
We'll go back with this one.
Yeah, that's the one I was watching first.
pretty fish there, buddy.
Yeah, brother.
Just come up here and lip him. Come here and lip him. Pretty fish.
Chunker. Nice one, brother.
There you go. Now you can do it.
He hit it.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Come here, brother.
Fish on! Fish on! He's a screamer! He's a screamer! He's a screamer!
Don't set the hook like I did.
Thanks for watching, guys. I love you. Mean it. Stay safe on the water. Leave a few for me.